Commissioner Cloutier.
Present.
Commissioner Caterina.
Here.
Commissioner Tyler.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Commissioner Gordon.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. We're all here. I ask anybody that wishes to join us, please stand and say pledge allegiance to the flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, just open remarks here. Again, I see we have a good contingent in the audience, and I appreciate that. That's what makes a commission meeting worthwhile. There's been many times where we haven't had anybody available at all. So thank you. Get into the minutes. Can I have a motion to approve minutes for CD 25023?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The second item is approval of the minutes of October 14th, meeting of the Board of Commissioners. Can I have a...
So moved.
Second.
Any questions?
No.
Additions, subtractions? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Informational reports. Informational presentation on deed fraud from the Register of Deeds.
Yes, this evening Jessica Spalding, the Register of Deeds, is here to give the commissioners and the public a quick presentation over the software program that we offer the public concerning deed fraud. And she'll talk about the benefits of this and how it works. Jessica?
Thank you for having me. As you've seen on the news lately, deed fraud has become an issue, and it's here in Maine. I know that York County has had a couple of cases of it. I don't know that Cumberland County has had any specific cases, but I just wanted to provide you a little information on a service that we provide. Deed fraud, if anyone's not familiar with it, is a scam where criminals illegally try to transfer someone's property. Typically, we see that they try to favor vacant land where nobody's living, or property where it might be a second home, there's no mortgage on it. Certainly, they're not singling out people's homes, but that's typically what they're looking for, because there's no bank that has to release a lien, usually on a vacant land. So it's a long, lengthy civil process. Once property has been transferred, it does cost the rightful homeowner quite a bit of time and money to go through the court process to get it straightened out. So Maine recently passed deed fraud legislation to establish a commission. That commission is currently working on recommendations for how to handle deed fraud, and that report is due back in December, beginning of December, for their recommendations. One of the registers of deeds is actually on that commission, as well as some of the state senators and House representatives. So they're meeting a couple more times to establish some guidelines on that. How to prevent being a victim of deed fraud. We recommend continually monitoring our online county records. All of our records are available online, so anything that gets recorded today is actually available online tomorrow, so it's updated very quickly. We tell people to check it periodically. Just go in and type in your name and look up and see if there's anything that's been recorded recently. Sign up for the property fraud alert that we offer. We recommend driving by your vacant property, asking a neighbor to keep an eye on the property if you're not in the area. Take action immediately if you didn't receive your water or sewer tax bill. That's actually how a case in York County came to light, because a citizen did not receive his tax bill, and when he called the town tax assessor, they told him that the property had been transferred out of his name. So, and then the FBI does have an internet crimes complaint center, so if you suspect fraud, they do ask that you report it on the website. And then specifically, Cumberland County offers property fraud alert. It is free to all of the constituents of Cumberland County. You can sign up on our website or come into our office, and we'd be happy to help you sign up for it. What this service does is it alerts you via email if a document has been recorded in your name. So if you do have a very similar name, you will receive a lot of reports, but it's always good to just go on the website after you receive that and make sure, I'm looking right at you, Commissioner Smith, to make sure that it's not your property. Again, this website, this information is right on our website, or you can stop into the registry website, our office, and we'd be happy to help you sign up for that. So, and then, does anyone have any questions?
Well, I just make a remark to the public. I think that it's a great service because it is a problem, as mentioned at the very beginning, and we want to help our citizens stay safe and secure, especially property owners. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you, Jessica.
The next item is informational report on FY26 budget versus actual expenses Q1.
Finance Director Teresa Grover is here just to touch upon a few areas of the Q1 reports and answer any questions that the commissioners may have on those reports that you received on Friday.
So overall, it is looking well. Cumberland County ended the first quarter at 23.3% overall. And to be on track, it would be, our target would be 25% or less, so we're on track there. A couple of the few standouts that I noticed was on the IT budget under professional services. He used 135.6% of his budget. This is due to the GIS servers that support dispatch, and it was an upgrade that was required by Motorola. The expense was included in last year's budget, but due to the mandate, the Motorola, the vendor schedule, they couldn't get us in until the beginning of this year. So that was in the budget. It just looks like we went over because of the delay on the vendor schedule. Also in IT, on the computer hardware line, we have an encumbrance for $370,000, so that shows a large percentage over the budget because we didn't have a budgeted line there. This was an error due to a multi-year PO being entered in there, so that error has now been corrected. Exactly why I think a great reason for these reports to look, so we can catch things like that. The garage, the building structures, has used 1,748% of their budget. This is due to an accident that happened a few years ago in the garage, and we're gonna be reimbursed those through the risk pool. So we have to show the expense, but we'll be reimbursed. The finance department, we are over 86.2% on maintenance contracts, and this is expected an overage because we pay all of the annual contracts at the beginning of the year, like Munis and our attendance on demand. So those are all the annual expenses that come out right off the bat, so the percentage will true up as the year continues on and we don't have more expenses into that category. We've got a lot of similar situations like that throughout the county, most of them on a very small amount, so they were insignificant to mention line by line. There's one like the sheriff's office, they have uniforms and the uniform expenses are all allocated at the beginning, but they're not, they're all expected because those are not monthly expenses that go on. So when you front load things, they look a little bit out of whack. But as long as they're expected in the budget and we understand the answer, then I don't call anything important to attention. We are on track with revenues, with a few notables, like the supervision fees are at 32.3%, and again, for on target, it would be 25, so we're trending a little ahead on those. This increase is for a direct result of credit card implementation, so we implemented that last year, and we continue to exceed the budget on that. The garage parking is at 37.4%. We have deeds transfer taxes at 42.6%. And the copies are down at 9.3%. It's a much smaller portion of the budget, but it is a noticeable decline that we're gonna pay attention to and adjust the budget ongoing for that in next year's budget. And probate is trending well at 29.8%. So I don't have any concerns with expenses on the general fund, and the revenues are in line at this point.
I've got two questions. Thank you for the detailed report. I really appreciate it. It's nice to really keep a track of what's happening with our budget. The hardware error, the $370,000, we caught that, which is great. Moving forward, we'll make adjustments. What is the implication or the impact of finding an error like that to the budget in terms of?
It wasn't actually expense, was the encumbrance, so a PO was put in, so the money wasn't actually
Okay.
spent out.
Great.
So there was no real budget, but if you notice the line, I didn't want you wondering why
Okay.
0% was allocated with a $370,000 committed expense is what it would look like. And
Okay, perfect. So no harm, no foul, basically.
harm,
just
no
a
foul,
catch.
yes.
Which is great. Thank you for that.
yes, it could throw off the percentages, like his overall
Right.
percentage looked at 54% instead of the 25%. So the percentage could have looked out of whack and it caught my attention and
Yeah.
then we corrected it, but no harm, no foul, yeah.
Great, awesome. And the last thing, when you're talking about the garage and then deeds, and then did you say copies is down 3.9%?
So copies is at 9.3%, and so our target is 25%, so they're at 9.3.
Right.
I did speak to Jess, the Register of Deeds, on that, and she wasn't quite sure why that is trending down.
Yeah.
There is a state statute change that goes into effect January 1st of 2026, where we're no longer allowed to charge towns copies. So again, we know that this is gonna be an adjustment, so they may already be going online or doing some other in being proactive with knowing that this change is coming.
Okay.
So we believe that that's what it is. It's a very small overall percentage to the budget, but it is something to be aware of that we're probably not gonna hit that target for the revenue.
And are there any quarterly, kind of like a seasonal effect in terms of this quarter one with that particular topic of copies? Would quarter two be something different, 3 and 4? Do you see more activity in that particular line that we'd be able to kind of know, oh, this is a real trend and this is where it's going?
For copies specifically,
Right.
no.
Okay.
Compared to what I talked to Jess about, no.
Okay.
We don't understand why that quite happened yet. We're assuming it's anticipating of the statute change.
Yeah.
So if we're not quite understanding what happened now, then we can't project the trend on what might be happening with that, so.
To see quarter two, what happens kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're expecting it to trend down, so that is, we're not expecting it to catch up. So some of like the front load expenses, how we understand that they're gonna stay at the 86% and we're gonna kind of slow down. We don't expect like there's a seasonal thing that's gonna catch this back up,
Okay.
so.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
well aware early and making adjustments, so that's perfect.
Yes,
Great.
and we think that the towns have probably found other ways to get their copies versus coming in and paying us with the change. So nothing we could be proactively
Right.
to do with
A
that.
new reality, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you, Teresa, appreciate it. That's all I have, thank you.
Anybody else? Jim?
Thanks, Teresa. Very detailed report. We appreciate getting it in advance in addition to hearing your explanations tonight. I'm just wondering whether you see in the entire picture any area where you would project either a substantial savings or a substantial over expenditure that, in comparison to the total budget.
Nothing that I see as of this point tonight. Things can always change in the future, but
So do not change that whatsoever. That's the way to go. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Anyone else? No? Teresa, you said something about garage, what was it, revenue?
We're gonna be reimbursed because it was an accident. There's a risk pool, right?
Yes, so the expenses are up because we had an accident a couple of years ago and it's taken a while to be reimbursed. But the garage revenues are up a little bit. Yes, they're at like 37% and they would be, on par would be 25%. So we're just up a little bit ahead of expected projections.
Have we sold the spaces that we normally were using for employees?
I don't believe that would be reflected in this budget this time frame. Usually the summer is up a little bit more because of the seasonal parking where we can do a little bit more on the weekends because of the ferries and they park there for the islands and stuff. And I don't think that we sold those yet because of some of the repairs going on with the garage and the side parking.
We have the side parking lot closed right now because of the air handling work that's being done on the state side of the building. So all of that parking is not usable right now.
Good, thank you.
Last year, we did increase the rates, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So increase in rates always, it's gonna show off. Thanks.
Okay, let's see. Budget. Jim, informal presentation, mobility, access, transportation, and security phase.
Yes, the commissioners this evening have an acceptance of $700,000 grant on the consent calendar. However, we'd like to provide a backdrop presentation on the excellent program that's being worked on by the Public Health Department on this grant work. And so I'd like to invite Alexis Guy and Zoe Miller up to the podium to talk a little bit about the Maddie grant and what phase 1 looked like and what phase 2 is going to look like as they move forward in spending the $700,000 over the next 2 years.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alexis Guy. I'm the Healthy Eating Active Living Team Lead at Cumberland County Public Health.
And I'm Zoe Miller, and I'm the Executive Director of the Moving Maine Network.
And as Jim mentioned, we're here to share with you about the Mobility, Access, and Transportation Insecurity, or MADI grant project. So this is a project that had 2 phases. The first phase wrapped up at the end of July. We were one of 8 teams from across the country to get funding for that first phase, which was planning funding from the Federal Transit Administration through the University of Minnesota to build the plan for a strategy that addresses transportation insecurity in our region. And then we were one of 4 teams to get the demonstration funding, which was funding to do the plan, as well as to do the research and evaluation to show how it works. So this was a project that emerged out of a lot of past work. As a public health department, the Community Health Improvement Plan really guided where our work went, and transportation emerged as a top priority. Zoe's work with the Greater Portland Council of Governments really looked at the ways that we need more coordination and navigation support across the region. So coming into this, knowing that a lot of different organizations are kind of here and there have found ways to cover fare where it's needed for people, our goal was to really knit that together into a system that works across all of the transit agencies in our region. And then also thinking about the navigation support that needs to be there for people to actually use a pass if it's available to them. So whether that's education, considering language access for multilingual communities, physical access, really making sure that people who need this resource are able to use it. This was our region of focus. We're calling it Southern Maine region broadly. Our 4 transit agencies that we are considering for this project are Greater Portland Metro, which, as you know, merged with South Portland Bus Service in the last year, RTP Lake Region Explorer, York County Community Action Corporation, and Biddeford Saco Old Orchard Beach Transit. So phase 1 was really the preparation for doing the research that will happen in phase 2. It involved a process of a lot of community engagement. We partnered with the Greater Portland Council of Governments to get a survey out to people who are riders of our current transit system. So we did a survey and got, I think, almost 300 responses. We also hosted listening sessions in partnership with different community organizations that are serving people who have transportation needs, knowing that a survey is not going to be an effective way to reach everyone. So we were able to host conversations with unhoused teens, new immigrants, people with disabilities, people living in rural parts of the county, and really hear from community what something like this would need to look like in order for it to be effective. We also worked with the Shared Use Mobility Center to do a scan of what is happening similarly in other parts of the country. And we did an extensive series of conversations with different partners in our region to really make sure we had the full picture of what is being done to help people who have transportation barriers, both in terms of fare and in terms of support and education. So that was phase one, and I think I'm passing it to Zoe to talk about what the plan actually looks like.
Well, we're really thrilled to have been selected for phase two, so that's $700,000 that's flowing into our region, which includes York and Cumberland County. And a big portion of that will go to provide fare, both reduced and free fare to folks who have the need. So the project we designed is going to have two parts to it. So one is a new income eligible fare program with 2 tiers. Folks who use the bus currently may know that while there are a lot of different discounts, there is not one based on your income. So that's been a major issue, and we've had a kind of a patchwork of community organizations that have filled the gap. And what we're looking to do is to continue to partner with all those community organizations, but make it so it's much more accessible for people who need it, and they're basically getting more, that organizations are able to help more people with the funds that they put in. So there'll be a 50% off fare option. We've been working with the transit providers in the region who are interested in partnering with us to make this happen. There'll also be a free fare option, because for many folks, we heard that coming up with $2 per trip is really, adds up over the course of a week, and folks simply don't have the money. So the other part of it that Alexis talked about a little bit is that, it's not always enough to just throw a program out into the world. We hear that a lot of people don't necessarily understand how to use the electronic fare cards, so they aren't accessing the benefits of the discount that they can get through having it. They may not know how to use the bus. And so we'll be working with community organizations who are, already out there in the community, know people, and are best situated to help. So in year one, we plan to establish hubs. We have numerous organizations that are excited to partner. And again, they're already working with folks, so this brings them more resources to do that well. We'll be launching the income eligible fare program with a pilot group, which will include approximately 300 people who access the free fare and up to 3,200 people who will access reduced fare. Getting into year two, we'll also be working on launching a cooperative funding structure. And this will be a way to fund this sustainably over time, so that we anticipate both working with the community organizations that have already been helping people, but also tapping into philanthropies that increasingly are prioritizing transportation access, as well as our anchor institutions and large employers. And so that over time we'll be able to expand the reduced fare to more riders. And as Alexis mentioned, this is a research project, so we have an opportunity to, while we're helping people, also find out how having better transportation access is improving their lives. How, is it reducing stress? Is it resulting in better ability to get to medical care, social engagements, and so on? We think that what we've put together is a relatively low-cost way to help people, so that gives it a chance of being more sustainable over time. And so people's transportation habits will be studied before and after they get access to the free fare. The free fare portion is the one that we'll be studying primarily. But we'll also be paying attention and asking questions to all the organizations that partner with us, really with the goal of helping our region keep it going after the grant period is complete. And that's it for our presentation.
Do you have any questions?
I do.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very interesting to hear about this. So, I should never assume, but I'm gonna, that people would be using the current buses, the current bus routes. Okay. And are these people, do you know, which you may not know yet, who already use the bus but can't afford it? So they aren't using it as much as they should, or that's what you're trying to find out, or?
I would say some of all of the above. So
Okay.
there are people who we know who are using it, who are maybe paying more than they should be based on their income. There are people who would be accessing it if they had support to kind of get there. And yeah, people who maybe don't know that it's an option, and it should be.
Okay.
And
Thank
I
you.
would just add that in, the research we did at programs around the country, some of what folks have found is that people take more trips. They're able to do more because, you hear people are limiting, they're able to get out of the house for the things they absolutely need to do. So then they're not getting to do the social things or the fun things. And so having a program like this will will reduce isolation.
Okay, great, thanks.
James?
I'm wondering, is any part of your study going to evaluate the adequacy of the availability of public transit?
I think for this project, I think we'll certainly hear from people, their opinions on that. We did in phase one that people would, like longer hours, they would like more frequent service. Often people find that it's not frequent enough to be competitive with, using your own car. People will, could be saving, $12,000 to $15,000 a year by not having a car, and yet because they, the current frequency isn't enough, they're prioritizing having a car.
Do you happen to know whether you have access to any comparative information for other metropolitan areas similar to Greater Portland or Southern Maine that would evaluate what the frequency and exposure would be for those kinds of services?
That's not part of what we were looking at with this project, but absolutely, yes, I'm sure. I know there are some folks at Greater Portland Council of Governments who could share a lot of that data with you from the recent studies that have happened comparing how this region looks to other parts of the country.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Patty.
Oh, go ahead. You got your hand up.
You hit upon frequency. Have you got anything that's going on with increasing the convenience of doing intermodal? In other words, you take the bus to get to the train.
I think there's a lot of work happening to make transit better in the region. This project is a bit more focused on helping people afford it. I think as we get more people riding, and that, will very likely be one of the outcomes of this project, is more people are using transit, more people are using it more often. That's good for us overall as a region because a lot of the federal funding is based on ridership. So, I spent a lot of time thinking about how do we get more and better transit. So there certainly could come back and do a presentation about that sometime.
In the summertime, or I guess even in the wintertime, 302 is just abysmal. The traffic for going to work in Portland and out is unbelievable. The other thing is Interstate 95 going from Portland to Brunswick. It's a parking lot, and it would seem that
Have
competition.
you ever traveled in from the west on like Route 22 or 25?
Yeah, down the Gorham side,
Yeah.
Front of my house.
It was rough.
Anyway, that's not what they.
No, but
That's for phase two, right?
Phase three, right.
okay. Any other, go ahead, Ben.
I love all the interest in transportation, this is great, and it's awesome for us doing the work. Specifically, you mentioned, in, I think, year 2, we'd be doing the launching, the free fare program for those who, incomes level demand this or require this. When is that is year 2 mean 2026 or 27? Just so I understand kind of like what we're looking at.
So we are, phase 2 is starting now. We have some kind of prep time before we would be looking at actually launching the program. That would be kind of early spring is what we're planning.
Potentially spring of 2006. Okay, great. Just try to keep my eye on the ball. It's nice to kind of, I know things move around, but in general, to think about what that might look like. And I know you're not doing infrastructure, but I think that shelters are important too. I know when South Portland moved to coordinate with Metro, I was hoping we'd get more bus shelters in the city of South Portland, because I feel like in Maine, the weather's not always the greatest, so waiting for that bus with no shelter is a real, done a few times in snowstorms, but, you do what you do because you're a Mainer. But I know that's your thing. I want to also just say thank you. The work seems like it's really valuable. I love that the Department of Public Health is really working on this, because transportation clearly can be a barrier for many people. I'll remember back in the financial crisis in 2007 and 8, someone did a study, a nationwide study that said towns and cities rebounded from the financial crisis when they had better transportation within their city or town. People got to those jobs to try to interview and get a job again. And it was interesting that I had no idea that that would be an impact for a community or neighborhood or state or city, that if they had better transportation, they were rebounding faster from the financial crisis, which I thought was amazing and fascinating. Not that I want a financial crisis, but I'll put it out there. Lastly, thank you for the work, and I'll say go for Golden Gophers, right, Minnesota. Thank them too for the work. I used to live in Michigan, so I have a little, affinity to that part of the country. But yay for the University of Minnesota to make this happen with you all, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Go blue.
Go blue.
Is that it? Nobody has any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
As you can see, there is a great interest in it, and you're putting forth the needs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item that we have is our public comment. And before we start, I'll just want to remind people of what our public participation policy requires. The specific public comment period is designated for an agenda item. No public comment related to those agenda items is allowed in the general public comment period. So for a general public comment, there is 3 minutes allowed per individual, and the comment period lasts for 1 hour. So with that, I'll open up the public comment period.
Stephen Scharf of Brackett Street, Portland. You're a little confusing. I think you're referring to your public comment on things not already on your agenda.
Right.
And I think that's what you meant to say, and that's the way they say it at the Portland City Council, so it's clear. That's stuff not on tonight's agenda, it's on tonight's agenda. You can't comment during here, as Mr. Cloutier said during a council meeting years ago. Budget night, everything was on the agenda, so couldn't comment on anything. But I just rise to speak to one thing that beautiful new space you have here, but there are no microphones. It is not a large room, but I can tell you, Mr. Gordon and Mr. Tyler, both good friends of mine, that you're not loud voices, and you need to invest in some microphones for this room so that the recording is properly being heard. I've not yet listened to one of your meetings, so I don't know if it's an issue, but just hearing in the room, it's been difficult even in the front 2 rows to hear you. So thank you, and look forward to the exciting meeting.
Thanks, Steve.
Good evening, my name is Bob Mittel. I live in Portland. I have lived in Cumberland County and various parts of it, including Pownell, for almost 60 years. I was born and raised in San Francisco, left in 1966, went in the Army for 2 years, and came here. I'm an almost retired lawyer on a medical leave because I have pancreatic cancer. I'm here to talk about the ICE Gestapo.
That's on the agenda. It's one of the items that's on the agenda for us to talk about. So you can't address that issue here.
Hold your thought, it will come up.
Not at this time. When it comes up on the agenda.
Okay?
You'll be number one.
Very
I know, it was confusing.
It's particularly bad because I represented you folks 30 years ago for maybe a year. And
I will be very glad to hear from you again when it comes up on the agenda.
Thank you.
I am a little distressed to hear that you're still not actually retired, because I was hoping to do that myself. And it
Nice.
doesn't seem to be as easy as you would think it would be.
If I weren't ill, I would still be doing it. It's a lot of fun. At least I think it is.
Next.
I want to speak against ICE. I'm confused about the,
It's on the agenda, when it's on the.
when is that coming up?
Like four things beforehand, we have consent, but maybe 4 or 5 things.
Does anybody wish to address the commission on issues other than ICE? Seeing none, then I will close the public.
I have something. Hi there, thank you. My name is Terry McAnulty. I'm a survivor of violent crime and trafficking out of the state of Maine. I'm here on behalf, it's Domestic Violence Awareness Month. This is very important. My case does involve Cumberland County as well as York. My offender is a violent repeat convicted offender. I have a 30-year protection order. I live at a protected address, and I have to run for my life and move all the time. I cannot do it anymore. I will not do it anymore. Justice for my dog Etta that he harmed. He's harmed many women, and Cumberland County is just as much as involved right now. And the DA's office of York County asked to hold a meeting with Cumberland County DA's office and state police and Cumberland County Sheriff's Department, and Cumberland County Sheriff's Department and the DA's office of Cumberland County did not meet with York County. Offenders of his type, of my offenders just like him, count on no communication. He said he's originally from Massachusetts. He's resided in Maine for decades. This is originally out of Old Orchard. He's now followed me to the middle of the woods. My address, my protected address is literally the end of the driveway is Cumberland County. I have to call for help all the time. There's many survivors out there, and I'm just speaking on the behalf of all survivors. Everybody has to communicate, everybody's accountable, and we really need to do better for victims. And just a slogan that my offender says, he remains in Maine because authorities in Maine are like clubbing seals. He gets what he wants, and I am begging for someone to prove his theory wrong. I grew up with law enforcement in Maine, in Cumberland County in particular, career police chief of Falmouth. I had all the faith in Cumberland County, and when I've called for help, I will just document it. Again, I have a 30-year protection order. That should not be happening. So I appreciate everybody listening. I'm speaking on behalf of all survivors. I'm just one. And protection orders and protected addresses really need to be taken seriously. we don't sleep safe and sound at night, so everybody needs to join together and make sure everybody sleeps safe and sound at night. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I don't think we got your name, and I don't think we want it, actually. But the sheriff is here, and he has heard what you've had to say. You should probably make it your business to be back in touch with him in a few days after he has a chance to look into the situation. I happen to know that he has no tolerance for exactly what you just described.
I appreciate it, and that's why I'm here, because I've been trying to get a hold of you, and it's been very hard to maneuver the process. I've actually showed up at the sheriff's department, and I just learned with your county, the best thing to do is just show up and have your voice be heard. I am part of laws in Maine already. I'm working towards new laws, and it's just everybody has to work together, because everybody should be safe and sound.
There's a couple of gentlemen back there with this uniform. Give them your name and telephone number, and I'll give you a call tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bless.
Sorry. Is there anybody else that wishes to address the commission on issues other than ICE? Seeing that, I'll close the public session. I need a motion to open up and consider the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, before we do that, could we change, I'm looking for the number, the appointment of the Finance Committee, which I believe is 25-107. I'd just like to address that briefly when it comes up, and so perhaps we can take it off the consent agenda.
Okay. So move that to new business.
Please. And I will move passage of the consent agenda as amended.
So move, second.
Any other comments? Those in favor?
Aye.
Consent agenda is passed with item 25-107 moved to new business. New business, item 25-107.
I move passage of 25-107, and we'll address it in a moment.
Second.
Mr. Chair, I served 10 years on the Portland City Council, and during that time, one councilor agreed to serve on the County Finance Committee. She did it for 2 years and not thereafter. Since that time, as far as I know, there has never been a Portland City Councilor on the Finance Committee for the county, and that is a span of something like 23 or 24 years. This year, however, 3 members of the council have agreed to serve, and I'm pleased to move that they be appointed to the Finance Committee. Those councilors being Kate Sykes, who will be serving as one of the appointed members of District 4, which includes the portions of what is known as Council District 5 in Portland, North Daring, basically, as well from the Munjoy Hill area, District 1, Sarah McNewitz. I hope I didn't say that too terribly. And from District, and from my own neighborhood in the Rosemont area, Councilor Ben Grant. So I would move the appointment of those 3 individuals to the board.
Any discussion? Seeing
Are
none?
you going to take comment on it?
That's right, we could, because it's moved off the consent agenda. I apologize for that.
Stephen Sharp, again, of Brackett Street, Portland. I rise to object to Councilor Sykes being placed in District 4, as she does not live in District 4 of the County Commission. She lives in Precinct 5-2. Wait a second. She lives in 5-1. That's in Precinct 5-2. So I object to her being appointed to that position. I do want to point out that precincts in Portland are a function of convenience, and it should never have been used as a designation for your council, for your commissioner district lines. And at any time, the city council of Portland can change a precinct district and change, where I believe it's Ms. Smith actually represents. So I'm not sure why it was used as a reference point, but it was. So I just wanted to point out that Mrs. Sykes, I guess, does not actually live in the district you're trying to appoint her to. Thank you.
Go ahead.
When comment is over, I can explain that.
I was just going to say is that Portland, for us, is a district, and with part of it carved out to other commissioners. So if she lives in the area, it's not carved out, it fits. You don't have to give the designation.
Glad to see the general public available to testify, which is how we used to converse at the city council. Councilor Sykes is actually an at-large commissioner, so she does in fact represent the affected district. As far as I know, I believe that's true. So that's the basis for the nomination. And that's what I
Is there
understand.
any more public comment before we have?
Any more public comment? Seeing none?
Yeah,
Commissioner?
just a comment here, just to make sure we're all, kind of making sure we're in the right here. Potentially, if we're not sure about this district and precinct and how it rolls, maybe what I would suggest is potentially striking Kate for this evening and going with Sarah and Ben moving forward for the Finance Committee. And as we do further research to make sure we have the right precincts, people are living in the right places, then we can come forward. I don't think, I'll ask the county manager, if that would make a crimp in the Finance Committee rotation or schedule. If that would hold us up, I'd like to know that.
No, because the November meeting will be before the December 6th Finance Committee meeting.
Perfect. Okay, so we have a little bit of time.
I don't object to that, but I still have my phone, and I was gonna check to see whether she is an at-large counselor, which is what I believe she is. It's also true that the orphan voting district, which 5-1 and 5-2, that has been switched in the last census, so.
3 years.
What used to be, I think it used to be,
5-1.
and now it's 5-2. Let me, she should either be, clearly, either the district counselor from District 5 or or an at-large counselor. And it may be that she's the District 5 counselor, which would include the district, the precinct that we're talking about.
Precinct 5-2.
Well, let me just see if I can find that.
But does that include the area that you're commissioner of?
It is
I
actually.
have precinct 5-2.
Precinct 4, or Commission District 4, which is of course Commissioner Smith. But I believe she represents both 5-1 and 5-2, but let me double check.
Does the county manager have any info on this that we might know? No, okay, all right. I mean, it's safe then to maybe.
Why don't we just table it?
Yeah, do a little bit more research, make sure we have the right person in the right place.
But anyone that represents District 5 does not have to live in what is denominated District 4 of the commission. They just have to represent
Well,
that
I'll
district.
strike that name and move those other people forward.
And she clearly does that. She's not there now.
Whatever you want to do.
I'd like to make are we finished with discussion?
Yeah.
I'd like to make an amendment on this matter, item number 25017, to delete the name, to delete District 4 Kate Sykes.
Can we just table district?
Yep.
Can we table that somehow? So
We can
have
table that, but it would, I'm amending it to remove that and keep the rest and keep the motion on the table. But my amendment is to remove that district and name Kate Sykes. Do I have a second? Thank
I'll
you.
accept that amendment, whatever it is.
So thank you for accepting, my amendment, and I just want to just be clear, I think it's better to, take the time rather in haste, make a mistake. We'll do the research, make sure we have it correct, but we will move those other two names forward in desire to have the Finance Committee filled out, so, thank you.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, those in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Motion passes. As amended. Okay. All right, now we're into new business.
We're
25.
gonna pass the consent agenda, don't we? Oh, no, we already did that, sorry.
It's all right, Jim. I've been known to go that way.
Mr. Chair, I'd ask for a tabling of 25-110, just to postpone this or table this for a couple of items on the agenda. We'll take it up tonight, but I thought we were going to be moving the agenda around a little bit, and I've been trying to coordinate with the employee that has a presentation, and we got our wires crossed, and so she's at home and she was gonna make it in, and so we will just put it off until after the contract.
So I'll move to table that until later in the meeting.
Second?
Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Item 25094, approval of the home ARP funding recommendation, first public hearing. James?
Thank you. This is actually the second public hearing. The first public hearing was held on September 15th, 2025, and this is holding the second public hearing and final action by the commissioners. Courtney is here to present and any updates that she has found on the item. And it is, as the commissioners know, this is a consortium that we have with the city of Portland on home ARP projects and the funding of those projects. Courtney?
So there has not been any updates with the projects themselves, but I'm happy to provide some other information in regards to the youth and family outreach, that the site plan has been approved. There were some questions about that previously. And the permitting is ready to go, and there are public notices out right now, and the request for the funding has been approved as well. So no projects are going to be moved forward until the final vote this evening, and then agreements will be signed after that.
Any comments or questions? Seeing none, those in favor?
Is it roll call vote?
I think you need to open it up for public comment.
Yeah, public hearing.
Public comments, please.
Good evening. I understand we're at the public comment portion now for the general public, okay? Thank you.
No, for this item.
For this item.
For this item.
That's what I thought.
George Rowe, I was in attendance for the first public hearing, so unless there's any objections, I was gonna take advantage of speaking again, unless that's somehow
On this item?
on the ARP, yes.
Yeah, okay.
You've received a few emails from me following up the September meeting about the destruction of the Preble Chapel. The Preble Chapel will be celebrating its 175th year in 2026. It was first constructed and consecrated in October 1851. So if you fast forward 175 years from 2026, that would be 2,201, which I don't think we can wrap our heads around. But that is just an example of how much history this building represents in my neighborhood, in the West Bayside neighborhood. West Bayside has been a dumping ground for downtown's parking lots, its affordable housing, its homeless, and its social services for decades. And it has been basically no historic preservation has been designated in my neighborhood. You literally have to cross the street to be in the Congress Street Historic District, where over 400 buildings have been designated. So my neighborhood has been discriminated time and time again for historic preservation. And this is the final indignity, which is basically Edward Preble and his wife Mary. Edward Preble, of course, is considered by some to be the father of the American Navy, which is celebrating its 250th anniversary this year. But basically, in the art materials, the demolition of the Preble Chapel doesn't come up at all. In the summary materials, it is completely overlooked because nobody in the Portland halls of power want anyone to focus on the fact that a huge part of our history is being destroyed with this project. And sometimes history and old buildings have to give way for new projects, but what we're getting here is a substandard housing project. The community room for this project, where families are supposed to be celebrating and gathering, faces an alley and a brick wall. So that's an example of how this project is very substandard. There's no parking for the residents. And there's, as you saw in one of my emails that I sent you, there is a host of problems with this development. But the main thing is this county should not be endorsing demolition of a historic structure as part of an effort to deal with childcare and affordable housing deficits in our county. So please say no to this and allocate and table that allocation for that project. Thank you.
Any further public comment? Comments of the commissioners? Jim?
Could I ask staff to address the points that were just raised?
Yes.
Sure, thanks.
So it is written out in the application for the Youth and Family Outreach that it is demolishing that church. So that is public knowledge within the application. This project has also gone to the planning board at the city council and been approved. So there is no secret about what is going to be happening with the building. The planning board did approve this last year, and they did receive a further extension to continue this project through 2026. And an environmental review has to be done for all of the projects that are receiving HUD funding, which requires a letter to historic preservation. And then it brings on further steps to make sure that we are following all of those guidelines within that historic preservation and the environmental review. A public notice does have to go in the paper. There's a series of them that have to be done. And HUD also has to do a public notice on their level. And so then that's where it generates the authority to release grant funds, which they did receive, to move forward with this project. And then the housing communities, Main State Housing also has to public notice the next steps for that. So it has been in a series of notices in the papers, as well as at the HUD level and the local level. And that does include the demolishing of this property.
Could I ask a follow-up? If you know, and I'm not sure there's any reason you would, I understand Portland has a historic preservation office, and are we confident that they were aware of these circumstances?
I can't speak to I can't give you a say yes or no about the conversation that happened within the city, but I would feel comfortable saying that they would know the full scope of the work within the city, with the city having to sign off on it, the city council as well as the planning board.
Just so I'm clear on that last point in question, so is it Portland Historic Landmarks? Is that the name of the entity? Do you know?
I don't know that.
There is such a place, such an organization, yes,
Okay.
very active.
So when we send our letters off to historic preservation for any project that is infrastructure or ground disturbance, essentially, we have to send it to the state housing, the historic preservation office, and they review the project. We have to provide all of the backup, and then they will give us their stamp that we can move forward with that project.
So do they have that and we're waiting for their stamp, or they've seen it and they've said, okay?
So the environmental review process at this local level has been completed, so they receive that stamp. But if it comes back and it says it could potentially affect a historic property, then that's where it triggers a longer level of review which then triggers all of the public notices and further looking at it through HUD as well as the city.
We've got several more steps to go, sounds like.
All of those steps have been complete. HUD has given their check mark because they did the authority to release funds already for this project. So now it's at the, Maine Housing has now published their findings of no significant impact. So we're at the last level of notices.
And historical folks to say if there's historical impact, they.
I don't know what the exact, I was not provided a copy of the environmental review that was done, but that's something that I'm happy to get that information on for you.
Do you happen to know what the current use of the chapel is?
I do not, I don't know that there is any use for current.
The environmental review would have said that.
That's a daycare.
Any other questions?
So, as I understand it, you've got all the approvals that's required to get to this step.
Yes, yes. So the city council had their public hearing and the planning board did approve this project in August of 2024. And then recently granted an extension through 2026 for their site plan. And now it's at the last set. I think the last notice was put out October 2nd. So there may be another notice that's gonna be going out, but it is approved. It still has to go through that final findings of no significant impact, but it's gone through all of the process at the city level as well as the HUD level.
And when will you get that?
The last notice was just put out on October 2nd, and I believe it's a 15-day notice.
Any further discussion?
I'll just say it. It's hard to believe that Commodore Preble's chapel and associated activities did not get some attention along the way. It would be remarkable if it did not. I don't think we're in a position to second guess the planning board, the historical preservation office, Portland Landmarks, and there were probably a few other people stirring the pot as well. So, I mean, I don't have any reluctance to vote for this.
All right, any other comments? Those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
So now we're talking about 2511. James?
This item is being brought forward for an awarded bid to McGovern Auto Group and MHQ in the amount of $558,513 for the purchase of Sheriff's Patrol replacement vehicles and also fit-up. The Sheriff's Office sent this out to bid a number of months ago. They received 2 bids in, one from McGovern and MHQ and one from Quirk. They're recommending bringing forth the bid for McGovern and MHQ for the $558,513. Sheriff's Office is here to answer questions on this item, and the item looks like it's in order for Commissioner action this evening. Thank you.
Any public comment? Any comments from the commissioners? All right, then those in favor?
Aye. Move passage.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Second.
I think we did it.
Now we vote.
Okay. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now we come to the item that I think everybody's wants to talk about. It's item 25-112. Authorize the county manager to provide notice to amend the U.S. Marshals Prison Operations Contract to reflect the exclusion of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, detention, and furthermore relinquish financial reimbursement from the holding of immigration detainees. Can I have a second? Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Have a second? We need a second.
I put the motion down.
Right. Don't have a second? You don't have a second, the motion fails. Item 25113. First reading of proposed amendments to the Cumberland County government bylaws.
So there was no second?
Point of order.
Point of order,
I'm confused here. So we had item 25.112
Right,
on the table.
right, no, we didn't.
I mean,
We had a
we had for a motion.
And we had no
We
second.
had no second.
I'm sorry, I misread the motion. I will second the motion.
Okay. All right,
Chair, I'd like to make an amendment to the motion on the floor. I'd like to make a motion that would amend the main motion here on the floor to insert a specific date of action and read as follows. To authorize the county manager to provide notice no later than December 1st, 2025, to amend the U.S. Marshals Prison Operations contract to reflect an exclusion of the Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE detention, and furthermore relinquish financial reimbursement from the holding of immigration detainees. May I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. To speak to my amendment, I just want to put out there that the reason I'm amending this motion as we've read in the beginning was to make it very clear and make it very certain that we want to provide a specific date for this action, if it is voted on and if it is passed. I think it's important with any matter, particularly a contract matter, we leave nothing to interpretation and nothing to chance. I think it's common in a contract that the inclusion of specific dates to hold all parties accountable provides the utmost in public transparency regarding this agenda item. That's my primary reason for the amendment to put in a specific date. Secondly, this decision does have financial implications, and that cannot be ignored. For some of my fellow commissioners and county staff, this is my acknowledgement of that fact. Potentially, it may allow some commissioners a moment to pause and reflect on their vote. Additionally, providing a specific date of required action will allow county staff, especially the finance department, time to prepare and plan for any potential impacts to the county budget, which includes our 24 towns and 3 cities that we represent and serve. For those less familiar with county government, a percentage of our county budget is passed on to these towns and cities. Thank you for letting me explain the reason for my amendment.
so we have an amendment on the floor that's been seconded. Any discussion?
Are we discussing the amendment?
Yes.
No discussion on the amendment.
I think it's sensible.
Any discussion by the?
No.
No. Public got the right.
Public comment on the amendment.
Yeah.
Oh, the public?
Yeah.
Amendment.
Well, that's not how we used to do in Scarborough, but don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I think that's right. Please
Public
do.
comment on the amendment.
Okay.
Sir. We're discussing the amendment.
I think it's a great idea. It gives you a chance, which is what I was going to conclude my remarks with, to consult with your lawyers about what you can do about the various issues raised by all of the people, including me, who are going to be here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to address the amendment? Seeing none, those in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
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 Nay.
I have an amendment, sir.
Wait a minute, we got one nay. And what this does is that this causes, if this, as I understand it, if this motion passes, it will be, and it'll take place on the 21st.
No later than. I'll read it again so it's clear. So I think the vote was 4-1 with one negative. To authorize the county manager to provide notice no later than December 1st, 2025, and the rest is the same that we've seen, to amend the marshal's contract.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wish to amend 25112 to strike the wording after detention and starting with, and furthermore relinquish financial reimbursement from the holding of immigration detainees. And my thinking in doing that is rather than giving away a bargaining position up front, just take it out right away, because I don't want to make it easy for anyone to not pay us for what we do. So that's where I'm coming
I'll
from.
second that.
Any public comment?
Just ask you to repeat what she said.
Yes, please repeat.
25112 to strike, which means to put a line through, take it out, starting, in other words, I'll read it. Authorize the county manager to provide notice no later than December 1st, 2025, to amend the U.S. Marshals Prison Operations Contract to reflect the exclusion of Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE detention, end there, strike the remainder. For the reasons where I said, because I want people to pay.
Can you explain what the vote will be on then with all these two amendments?
Do you have a second on yours?
Chair.
I don't know, I'm looking for
Could
a
I
second.
ask for a clarification from Commissioner Caterina? Is the intent to not agree that should we be forced to accept ICE detainees, should the main motion pass, that we would not concede that they can board these detainees for free?
That's correct. That is correct.
For free.
For
For free.
So you would, just for the explanation, well, you
Sir,
would do
wait
it.
a minute.
Sir, you're out of order.
There's a lot of confusion, so help us.
Well, do you want to do it or not, second?
He did second.
Oh, he did second, and I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
he
I'm getting
seconded, so-
confused here too.
Yeah, so it's public comment, and then it's back to us to discuss
Okay.
the amendment.
But let's get the,
So the
The motion.
second understands
okay.
that we have a contract which specifies a payment per day for detention of an
Right.
ICE or other federal detainee or incarcerated person. The original motion drafted included a supposition that we would need to relinquish any payment should we be forced to accept ICE detainees despite our cancellation of the contract. And it is a belief that we would be forced to do that anyway, that this would have no effect on the ability of ICE to place detainees in the Cumberland County Jail. So this indicates that if we get to that situation, we are not waiving our right to receive compensation as we do for any other federal detainee because of the cancellation or the exclusion of ICE from a federal contract if we happen to have one after the U.S. Marshals Service evaluates the situation where we are, if this passes, demanding that ICE be removed from the contract provisions. I don't know if that's
It was pretty good.
easy enough to follow or not.
Understand.
But that is the purpose of this amendment. It simply says, if we can get paid, we demand that we be paid.
Yeah, and if I could just add to that, I'm coming from, I negotiate for a living, and I'm coming from, why would you negotiate against yourself in this? So that's why I wanted to strike it, but Jim gave a great explanation, so that's where I'm coming from.
Okay, do we have a clear understanding now of what the motion is?
Yes, I have one question. Yeah, so I have just one question, because this is obviously a contract, and it's negotiating a contract. We might be doing something different with this contract. So I guess I would then just quickly turn to the county manager, or whoever our attorney is who works with US Marshals, to understand the process, whether there's conversations, this is what the vote was or wasn't, and all of the elements in the contract, are they null and void? Are there the section taken out in terms of the financial piece of it? So I asked the county manager, might you know, or would it be more the attorney who does contract review? How this would go, like what would the conversation be like? We'd put them on notice, and would they then mark up the contract, or, I don't know how these things work.
Well, I think I would approach it in that I would put them on notice that the county commissioners desire to uncheck the box that has ICE next to it and see whether we could make it as simple as that. And leaving everything else in place.
Great.
See what they come back at us with.
Great. Thank you, that's helpful.
Anything else? Now, we have any people that wish to address this agenda item?
Second amendment.
The Second Amendment.
Second amendment.
The Second Amendment, yeah.
Oh, that doesn't sound good, no.
Money, guns, and lawyers, there you go.
Yeah, I guess so.
I forgot. Thank you. So, I am of German Ashkenazi Jewish heritage. I'm 84. My paternal grandparents lived in an attic for 6 years.
Sir, could we ask you to address the agenda when we get to the motion, then you can talk.
We're on the addendum. We're almost to where you need to speak.
The amendment.
2 amendments?
No,
Yes.
just the second one.
Second one.
Striking the
Great
financial.
idea.
Does anybody wish to address the Second Amendment?
Do we need to speak from the podium, or can we
Yes.
speak from back
Yeah,
here?
yeah, come on.
Come on.
It's easier.
I know. Yeah, my concern with the amendment is the potential for immigration detainees from, I know this is an ICE contract, but I think it's a US Marshals contract. So just eliminating the ICE detention allows the circumvention, which this administration has been circumventing laws left and right. I don't think that's a debate here, but it would circumvent this this proposal. You would allow the U.S. Marshals to use the Border Patrol, the OCB, or whatever it is, there are other entities that they could detain immigrants under. So my concern is that eliminating that language opens up that circumvention of the law. So that's it. I oppose that amendment.
Sir, could you have your name and address, please?
Sure. Mark Lesperance, Portland.
Any other comment on the Second Amendment?
Yeah. So I say my name, or?
Yes.
Name and address, please.
E.B. Shields, Lane Avenue, Portland. So just to be clear, because I know there's a conversation, a confusion, it's saying that we're still willing to detain people as long as we get paid. Because that's kind of, I think, some of the confusion. So could you explain? And that was kind of my understanding of like, we'll strike that we can't.
We'll address that after the
On the meeting.
hearing.
Yeah, it'll make more sense, but I can address, let me address that for you. So it leaves the original portion which allows the county manager in essence to cancel the ICE contract, so to speak. I'm making that very, okay? And all I'm saying is rather than telling these people that we're willing to relinquish them paying for anyone they bring in, because under state law, there's a state law out there that says we can't pick and choose who's held in the county jail, which I'm going to address later in my comments. But I just think we need to take this statement, the rest of the statement out, because I just think it's negotiating against yourself. In other words, if we are forced by state law to keep these people, then I think we need to be paid to keep them.
So if this motion, though, to the entire motion doesn't pass, then this amendment doesn't really matter then?
Oh, yeah, it doesn't affect the major part of the
main motion.
The main motion, thank you.
It's just trying to like salvage a piece of freedom from imposition of the entire contract?
No. Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
There's a state law that says that we must accept anyone as a detainee or an arrestee who has been lawfully arrested by a federal, state, or local law enforcement operation. Clearly includes ICE. There is this change in the way the original motion was drafted deletes the relinquishment of compensation as a result of being forced to accept an ICE prisoner. So otherwise, we would be in a situation where we could have as many as, I believe the census got as high as 100 federal prisoners, a large number of whom would be there for free, possibly. And we would be able to fight about it, but this would be quite an impediment to a successful fight, frankly, if we left that language in. So this is simply cleaning up the pending motion to not address the financial outcomes, because we don't know what would happen under that set of circumstances, but we don't want to start, as Commissioner Caterina has indicated, by saying, okay, we give up on the money. That's all this is.
Okay, I think that makes me understand at least a little more. Thank you.
Thanks for asking.
Yeah.
Sir.
I just have a simple question for the sheriff.
Name and address.
Excuse me. My name is Fred Clark. I'm a resident of Portland. Can you say that all of the people brought in by
No, we're talking about the amendment, not motion.
Is your question about the amendment?
Yes, in the sense of that this gentleman here was referring to it, that state law affects the amendments. And state law specifies lawfully arrested. I don't know the statute, but that's what somebody said. Can you verify that everyone so far has been lawfully arrested?
As much as any other police department brings inmates in. I mean, I don't check into their probable cause at all. So,
as far as you know?
As far as I know, it's lawfully under their expertise.
There hasn't been any litigation or any motions
Not that I'm aware of.
that you're aware of?
I've been doing this, the sheriff's office has been doing this for 30 years. Nothing's changed.
Yeah, so everybody, as far as you know, everybody ICE brings in has been lawfully arrested?
As far as I know.
Stay on
Are you serious? You're just trying not to know.
Anybody else for
Just the amendment.
just the,
Get there, Steve.
name and address?
My name is Jordan Singh. I live in Portland. I'm wondering if there's any additional lever you can create in case this motion is found to be like against law, just in terms of like a late fee, if you will, if they decide not to behave by the certain date. Like, is there any additional remuneration you can ask for from the federal government to, like, if we have to, because the law is struck down, like, we get more money for
I think this will become clearer as we move on. I'm just looking to strike this particular piece. I'm sorry I opened such a Pandora's box.
No,
I
no,
thought
it's
it was-
okay, it's okay.
No, and I get your questions, so thank you for bringing them up.
I was
But-
wondering if a late fee could be added on to this
Oh,
second
you-
amendment motion.
I'm gonna bring up some.
Great, cool.
Anybody else on the amendment? Seeing none? Any?
Call the question?
Call the question.
Call the question, yeah.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Now, Amendment 1, that passed, right?
Yep. So now we're dealing with the main
Is that
motion.
correct?
Number 2 passed, and now on main motion.
Now you've got the main motion.
Yeah, so we're down to the main motion.
Can I have a 2-minute break, or is that?
Yeah.
Why don't you guys keep going?
Go ahead.
Make a motion for brief recess, so
please.
people can
5-minute recess?
they can relieve themselves.
Or something like that, yes. Second.
Second?
All in favor?
Take a quick break.
Thank you, Patty.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get us derailed. I thought that would be easy.
Can I ask you a quick question? You have a very technical problem with state law, which frankly has been seconded by the Bureau of Prisons, Bureau of Corrections. And we are very likely to be in touch with you almost immediately to talk about an amendment. We've already mentioned it to the Speaker of the House, who's here tonight, and I'm very glad to see her as well. But please, if there's a problem with what we ask you to do, we would like to know about it real soon. So we'll be back in touch soon, and we appreciate you coming here tonight.
Absolutely, I hope to hear from you, and committed to working. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great.
Hi, my name is Matthew Hoyt. I live in Westbrook. I'm here today as the spouse of a permanent resident green card holder and as a former U.S. Peace Corps volunteer. My partner and I met while I was serving in his country in West Africa from 2017 to 2019. While living together in his country from 2019 to 2020, we had to be fearful that authorities could confront us or be used against us by non-authorities, as homosexuality is criminalized there and can result in a prison sentence of up to 3 years. Obviously, living in fear of authorities for committing a crime that has no moral consequence is not a sustainable way to live. So we applied for his visa to be able to transition to living here in Maine, where I grew up. After waiting nearly 2 years for his visa to be approved, we got married and we reapplied for his green card, which we received a year later. This was all in limbo. We had no way of knowing what our future would be while waiting for these approvals. While we aren't as acutely targeted for our sexual orientation here, I'm afraid he's traded one targeted trait for another. With the cooperation between Cumberland County and ICE, we have to live in fear once again of the authorities that are meant to protect us. If we were targeted in a crime, I would not be comfortable calling the police out of fear that they may interpret his dark skin and locks or accented English as a reason to have ICE investigate him. I also wouldn't put it past other Americans to use an ICE-friendly police force to intimidate communities that they are not fond of. The United States is not exceptional and has proven itself to abuse authority time and time again. Immigrants in this country, regardless of their immigration status, make our communities stronger and safer. They allow for cultural exchange, contribute to the economy, and they are no different than any other American trying to live good lives and provide for themselves and their families. Cooperating with ICE creates fear and distrust and will continue making already vulnerable groups feel unsafe. As an organization, they are bringing violence to communities all over this country, and Cumberland County needs to take a stand against their tyrannical operations. This is why I urge the Commission to vote against contracts with ICE. Thank you.
I would remind people that applauding and outbursts are part of our policy that we don't allow, so please adhere to it.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Boggs. I live on Edgeworth Avenue in Portland. I spoke previously at another meeting. I shared my story about moving to the United States from the Philippines when I was 2. I became a citizen in 2012, and I've been here a little while tonight, and I gotta tell you, I love this. I love how orderly this is, and all the rules and the conversation, and democracy takes patience, right? And listening. And I've just, don't yell at me. I really kind of enjoyed being here, listening to the presentations, listening to you make amendments, make motions. I mean, it's encouraging to me. That's not what I'm seeing now around this country, around our country. It's no secret what's happening. There is no due process often. There's fear, there's terror. People are not being lawfully arrested. Citizens are being detained without legal representation, not even a phone call to their family for days. Ministers, journalists getting beaten up. That's really happening. This is not a movie. And I'd like to ask you tonight, what makes Maine so special? Because we're small? Because we only have so many reps in Congress? I want you to use your imagination and fast forward to January, to spring, to summer. What's happening in Portland then? One parent outside of a school, 5 parents outside of a school, citizens like me who can't get to their paperwork, which I've never carried, by the way. If our county continues to support ICE and keeps taking their money, then we are asking to be part of this problem. We're asking for chaos to come to our doorstep. Please do what you can to do the right thing. It's a contract. It can be changed. Let's do that with care and within the reality that we are all living in today. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Good evening. My name is Rodrigo Arcevar, a resident of Cape Elizabeth. I'm the son of an immigrant. I'm a proud U.S. citizen and a proud Mexican American. I stand here to ask you commissioners to vote to amend the contract to restrict the use of Cumberland County Jail for immigration detainees or end the contract outright. ICE has rounded people without regard to any immediate due process, even violently detaining U.S. citizens. They openly admit in court proceedings to racial profiling tactics, and reports document abuse of all kinds. They have ripped families apart and have made countless civil rights violations. Many of those people grabbed are not criminals. Many are pillars of their community. They are hardworking and only want to provide for their family. We know very little of the detainees transferred to the county jail and the strength of the cases against them. As the sheriff just mentioned, he presumes, without verification, lawful detentions. What we do know is that these detainees are mostly from other states. We know that in general, a lot of detainees were and are being illegally detained. We know that in general, the administration has abused their powers to cruelly detain people indiscriminately, including legal residents and temporarily U.S. residents. To continue to allow the use of Cumberland County in any capacity for these purposes is to be complicit in these cruel and illegal tactics. I personally feel devastated at the prospect of this contract maintaining as is, knowing that only by the grace of God do I have the privilege to be an American. Whenever I see these detainees violently snatched, crying for their loved ones, I see myself in them under different circumstances. With a broken heart, I urge you to vote to have the contract amended to restrict the use of the jail for these purposes or cancel the contract altogether if amendment is not possible. To Commissioner Smith, who represents me in my town, I have read you are welcoming of these changes, and I thank you for your support. And I encourage your colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Gordon and Commissioners. My name is Marfine Shan, and I live on Ashmont Street in Portland. I am the son of Cambodian refugees, and I've had the privilege of serving as an at-large charter commissioner for the city of Portland, and just wrapped up 5 years on Portland's planning board, so I'm coming out of retirement here before you all. But I want to urge you all to terminate Cumberland County's contract with ICE. This contract links our county jail, by extension our community, to an agency that serves under a president who has frankly gone off the rails and has disregarded nearly every safeguard that protects the rule of law, due process rights, and democracy. It also connects this contract to a national immigration detention system that has separated families, strips individuals of their dignity, and undermines the trust between immigrant communities and local government. Detention is not just a logistical or financial question, it's a moral one. When people are held hundreds, maybe even thousands of miles from their families with limited access to counsel, we risk repeating the very injustices our communities were built to oppose. Maine has long prided itself on being a welcoming place, a place where fairness and compassion matter. Continuing the contract contradicts those values. That said, I understand that some community members have expressed concern about what happens next. If the county ends the contract, ICE will likely send detainees to private prisons or out-of-state facilities where due process and access to counsel are even harder to secure. That is a real concern, and it speaks to the broader failures of our federal system. If, and only if, the commission cannot reach full consensus to terminate the contract, I urge you to take a strong interim step. Impose clear and enforceable conditions on ICE, requiring guaranteed access to legal counsel, translation services, and communication with family. Establish transparent public reporting and oversight so the community can see who is being detained, for how long and under what conditions. Refuse the displacement and relocation of immigrants from other states so that we are not complicit with separating families from out of state. And finally, coordinate with other Maine counties and counties across the country to align on human rights standards and resist being used as part of a nationwide deportation machine. Ending this contract, or at the very least conditioning it, sends a message about who we are as Mainers. It says we will not profit from detention, we will not allow our institutions to become tools of cruelty, and we will stand up for fairness, for justice, and for the dignity of every person.
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Joan Murray. I'm from Falmouth. I'm here because of my faith, and I'm here to say that ICE doesn't arrest people who look like me, which is why I need to stand here and tell you that it is not okay for them to arrest people who don't look like me without due process and to detain them, in my mind, illegally. And for us in Maine and in Cumberland County to cooperate with something that is immoral and illegal and anti-democratic is just not okay. And I just need to use my voice to say that. I'm an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ, and my faith tells me that all people deserve dignity and respect, and no matter what they've done or not done. I mean, people need to take responsibility for things that they have done, but everyone needs to be treated with fairness, with dignity. We are a country that's democratic. We are not an authoritarian country yet, but we are on that path, and this is very, very dangerous. I urge you with all my heart to not to continue the contract with ICE because we're supporting authoritarianism and the takeover of a country. And while I am safe now, I won't always be safe. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Lesbrance, and I live in District 3, and I'm here basically for the same reason as this woman. We need to stay human. You're doing a beautiful job in service, and I thank you for it because it's very difficult to get into the weeds of all the details and things that you have to do with deeds and whatnot. The legality is something you have to deal with. The money is something you have to deal with. But the bottom line that should cut through everything is that you need to be a person with a heart, and you need to know that, yes, people are being grabbed. I know of a couple myself. I'm trying very hard to go out right now in my neighbors to go and shop for them because they're scared, and that should give us great shame. I think Maine is unique in that we have integrity,
We still have integrity, we're gonna hold on to it, and we're gonna get creative, but we're gonna make a line in the sand of what we're about to say no to. And right now, that is ICE. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Jordan Singh. I live in Portland. I'm saddened to see my county collaborate with an organization that brazenly ignores the Equal Protections Clause of the 14th Amendment, detaining law-abiding residents, going so far as to detain Officer John Luke Evans. ICE is not a law enforcement agency. Law enforcement doesn't disappear community members like a parent dropping off their child at Talbot Elementary. Law enforcement doesn't rely on masks and unmarked vehicles. Law enforcement requires the trust of the community to solidify its legitimacy. And by collaborating with ICE, you are shredding that trust, showing you are more willing to aid a force of extrajudicial violence than your own constituencies and communities. I urge you to end this collaboration. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Sam Davies. I'm a lifelong Falmouth resident, and what I wish to say has been said, and I'm sure will be said by others far more eloquently and far more effectively. So I will simply urge the members of the board to, well, use their eyes and ears, to look at the assembled people here tonight, to hear the crowd outside. We are vehemently opposed to the county's cooperation with ICE because it is nothing short of a moral failing for our community to be involved in any way, shape, or form with that organization, which has, as has been said again, tearing families apart, and will do so well into the future if we continue to allow them to do so. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioner Gordon and esteemed commissioners from around the county and Sheriff Joyce. My name is Grayson Luckner, a resident of Portland. I'm a state legislator and I'm here as a concerned citizen tonight. Deeply concerned about the character of our community, and I really urge you to do the right thing and cancel the contract. I know there's been a lot of discussion about where state law is, and that's where I come in, and that's where some of my colleagues here are to come in and make sure that we support you in this. But I just have a couple remarks. You know, these aren't criminal detainees. These are not people who are being charged with a crime. They do not have access to due process. You've heard this repeatedly. These are not typical prisoners as defined in Maine statute, which is also, there are conflicting statutes about whom the jail must take. So these are people without access to due process. It's a dragnet operation that's catching our own employees. If you recall, a few months ago, one of our own jail's employees was taken up. It was not just one employee, if I'm correct, but actually several potential employees were also snatched up in that. So they are undermining our county's public safety, our ability to fulfill our role, or, you know, and you are all aware that our county jails are overflowing with people experiencing homelessness. They are de facto homeless shelters. They are de facto mental health providers. And we need to be addressing these problems. And we can't be furthermore overflowing and burdening our jails with people who haven't committed a crime, who are not going to be offered the justice of even knowing with a trial if they'll have a conviction or not. So you've also, I hope, all seen Congresswoman Pingree letter in support of ending this contract. And, you know, I think the county, the state is going to be with you. And, you know, I'll certainly pledge my support to make sure that the county gets the funding and the resources that it needs to provide the services that you all provide, that our residents rely on. So we have to do a better job on that. And, you know, these are times that require courage, and I thank you for serving the residents of Cumberland County with courage in these times, and I urge you to end the contract, and thank you for your time.
Excuse me. I believe you're on the Criminal Justice Committee.
Indeed.
And they are in charge of the Maine Department of Corrections.
We are indeed.
That's where the issue lies.
And if I may reply.
Sure.
I think there are several conflicting statutes that we're looking at that certainly could use some clarification. One statute in Title 30 defines prisoners as people who are awaiting trial. So there's a real gray area here that we're operating in, and I think we can make a strong stance by voting to end the contract, and we will sort this out.
I would ask you to look at the standard P32.
Yeah.
Grayson, can I mention that we did not sit idly by trying to resolve this issue. The sheriff has been pretty clear that his understanding of the legal situation, this is an understanding he shares with others, by the way, other sheriffs who I've talked to, is that he has no discretion to refuse the admission of someone who is who has been detained or arrested by a federal law enforcement authority. And I, much to my distaste, have looked at the same issues, and I think he's right. So we need a change in the law, in my opinion. I just point that out to you.
When injustice becomes law, resistance becomes duty, is what I would say to that, and I hope you do the right thing here.
I am Judah Lehman. I live in Scarborough, and I'm a 14-year-old freshman going to Baxter Academy High School. I leave you with 3 questions that you need not answer tonight. Is it lawful to drive around in unmarked vehicles, fear-mongering our fellow immigrant neighbors? Is it lawful to not allow lawyers to see their clients, which is, in fact, against a lot of laws? And is it lawful to overcrowd or already crowded jails with more people, essentially just stuffing them in like some Thanksgiving turkey? Thank you.
My name is Scott Vonnegut. I am a resident of Portland, Maine. Commissioners, I urge you to vote to discontinue the country's contract with ICE and stop allowing the Cumberland County Jail to serve as an ICE holding facility. You've seen the coverage of the ICE raids in Chicago, Boston, and throughout the country. Women being hurtled to the pavement, unclothed children chased into the streets at night, a woman surrounded by unidentified masked men and whisked away in an unmarked black van to not be heard of for weeks. These violent acts against people in our streets, most of whom are not criminals, many of whom are here legally, cannot be condoned by you by voting to continue our county's contract with ICE. This violence by ICE is not only an affront to the average citizen, but also to the judges throughout the country who have ruled their actions illegal. Please uphold these judges' rulings, listen to your constituency and your conscience, and stop enabling ICE to run roughshod over human decency and the Constitution. And if there's any issue about the legality of the federal government using their powers to enforce, these violent acts by the use of ICE and your facilities, the jail facilities, take it to court make this a federal case and make it stand. We can't be pushed around by the federal government to do these abominable acts.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Brendan McQuaid. I live in Portland. I chair the Sociology and Criminology Department at USM, and I organize with No Ice for Me. I speak tonight not from my employer, but from the same principles that guide my teaching, scholarship, and commitments to this community. I want to begin by naming what's happening here. People are gathering again and again, not out of hatred or resentment, but out of solidarity with everyone who calls Maine home and everyone who would like to. We are here to reject the cynical politics that make authoritarianism possible. We are not obstacles to each other's freedom, we are the realization of it. And freedom is not something handed down by institutions, it's something that we make real with and for each other. So what you are witnessing tonight is not just opposition, it's the living formation of a different Maine, a Maine where safety is rooted in solidarity, not in suspicion, where democracy is not something managed for us, but something practiced among us. So cooperation with ICE is the opposite of that vision. It's part of a system, crimmigration, that fuses criminal punishment with deportation and reduces human beings to administrative problems, not people to be in relation with. So at a time when the world is facing a global migrant and refugee crisis driven by war, climate collapse, and economic dispossession, those in power are choosing not to reckon with the causes, but to dehumanize the people living with its consequences. This is how someone like Aidi Mbilia, raised in Portland since early childhood, can serve a misdemeanor defense, complete it, and still be detained indefinitely in the jail. That is not a bureaucratic failure. It is an intentional refusal to see migrants and refugees as full human beings, and it is preparing the public to accept ever more exclusion, dispossession, and abandonment. And this is precisely this illusion that some can be safe while others are disappeared, that is propelling this country towards authoritarianism. We all can feel it. We know what time it is. Claiming neutrality now is not neutral. It strengthens the drift towards a fascist future. So I want to say this with clarity and Claire. This is not a warning, and it's an invitation. You have an opportunity right now to make the gears of the deportation machine grind in Cumberland County, to affirm that freedom in Maine is not reserved for the few, but held in common, to help us find a different politics away from fear and toward shared belonging. We chose the jail as a point of disruption to make the gears of the deportation machine grind so loud that they can hear it in Augusta in Washington, to create the conditions where others who once looked away are forced to choose. And this is already happening. Elected officials are here tonight, not as spectators, but participants in that emerging Maine. So if you believe in democracy, not as a performative or empty procedure, but as shared power, the time to act is now. Not next session, not after permission, now. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Larry Adrian.
Yeah, let me indicate that at 7:45 we're done, so you and maybe one.
I'm going to make up for his overtime. Larry Adrian, Falmouth, Maine. I've lived in Maine since late 1970s. It's so ironic to me that this meeting and all the meetings in Washington begin with the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, where we pledge to have liberty and justice for all, and just the opposite is happening. These are really difficult times. I hope you feel empowered. I've never been to one of these meetings. This is so impressive and so empowering, and you have so much weight. Listen to the people. We believe in liberty and justice for everyone. That's all.
Good evening. My name is Emmanuel Eshankojo. I'm the founder of United Faith Alliance. I'm a DSP, I'm a CRMA, I'm a CNA.
You live where?
I live in Portland here.
Thank you.
My house is not far from here. I have to commend you for your good work. And also I prefer that you listen to the people. Me standing here not to do anything, just to urge you guys to do the right thing. Because I have worked with the community, I've heard them, I've listened to them. Most of these people are very scared and afraid even to step out of their homes. Families are not going out to do what they have to do to support their families as well. I got arrested when I was in America. I was in Houghton. I was arrested, jailed, and then finally, because I started as a DSP, so I was trained as a CRMA by my CPR in the Cumberland County Jail. I saved a life. The officer gave me a citation. You see, we are dreamers. We are here to make a better life. We are here to earn something for ourselves and then also help the community or help the country to do something better. I mean, we do something better for ourselves. So fast forward the case. I came out, I became CNA, I want to be a nurse and also help as well. But you see, I'm here just to also tell you guys that when people are afraid of stepping out, it's serious. It's something that I've worked with them, I've been with them. It's very, very serious. You know, that they can't even step out, people are following them, they call me, and it's like, what can we do? Thank you. And I'm like, stay inside, don't go anywhere. These are very legit things that maybe we will take for granted. I'm a citizen, fortunately, but others are not. They are here they're here on asylum basis, they are here just to seek a refuge. But again, deporting them is another problem because either you are giving them out to their countries to consume or be killed, or also they have nowhere to go. So it's very important that we have to take it very seriously. You know, I worked 3-4 jobs to make end living, which I thought America was a place that when I come, I've high hopes of America, you know. But yes, I do. But I do more than what I'm doing because I'm fortunate. I'm very fortunate. But other people are not. So I really want you guys to look into these things. The contract, deportation. Let's make this place safe haven for everybody to live in, so that we can aspire. There's some people out there that they want to do more than what we are doing right now. You know, so listen to our people. We voted people into power to be our mouthpiece, but not to be give us up. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I just noticed there's people that have been standing in line for eternity. And if possible, I wonder if we could extend another 15 minutes and ask that they all be heard. Thank you.
Okay, fine.
Thank you very much, sir. Hi, my name is Katya Frometh. I am 17. I live in Yarmouth. I believe that is Mr. Gordon's district. And I'm here on behalf of a very dear friend of mine who came to America from the DRC when he was 12 years old. He traveled through the Darien Gap, which is an unpaved area from Colombia to Panama. And on that trail, you see really horrible things. You live through really horrible things. And to this day, he is one of the sweetest and most hardworking people I know. He just graduated high school and he started college as a junior because he had so many credits, because he worked so hard in his school. He does not have the right papers to make him safe from ICE, and because of that, every time I get a phone call from him, my heart just sinks because I think, oh God, is he gonna tell me that he's unsafe now? He just supported me when I was going through really tough times in my life. He was the one who came to my house, knocked on my door every morning and said, okay, Katya, come on, we're going for a run. We're gonna get you up, we're gonna get you moving, we're gonna make this a good day. And so I feel just such a deep need to stand up for and support him, and I think that you guys can support him too by breaking this contract with ICE, so please do so. Thank you very much, folks.
Yep. Excuse me.
Ma'am,
Yes.
thank you for speaking. Could I suggest you ask your friend to call the main law school where they have a clinic? He needs to get his paperwork going.
Yeah, he's trying.
Yeah. No, they can help him at the law school.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for being here today. My name is Jordan King. I'm a Jewish American woman and a resident of Portland. And I must emphasize that I am not a Zionist, since the two tend to be conflated. I grew up learning about the horrors of the Holocaust. One of my family's close friends is a Holocaust survivor. From age 9 to 11, Max Amichai Hefner lived in a chicken coop with his family in the Netherlands, fearing the Nazi invasion of Amsterdam, and they had to flee. Moments like this one and the decisions that were made are how one of the greatest atrocities of the modern day started. To remain in this contract represents the slow, painful erosion of our human rights and our constitutional rights. It has been demonstrated that people are often detained without due process and without evidence of their citizenship status. American citizens, our fellow Mainers, are in jail right now, away from their families for crimes that they didn't commit. And this is a grave injustice. My question to you is this: where does it end? Where does it end if we do not act now? If we do not exercise our constitutional right, the very foundations of our country's birth, to resist the threat of tyranny as it stands on our doorstep. Thank you for your time and attention, and please remember, you hold the precedent in your hands. I leave with one final statement. Even if the state law overturns the vote today, how do you stop from sliding down a slippery slope? Create friction.
Good evening, Chair Gordon and Commissioners of the Cumberland County Commission. My name is Ruben Torres. I serve as the Advocacy and Policy Manager for the Maine Immigrants' Rights Coalition. I've submitted my testimony online, so I'll just try to summarize to allow other folks to have an opportunity to speak. Merck is not here as neither for nor against the contract, but we're here to provide additional context to some of what you've been hearing here today, and some folks outside of the building today as well. We are here because we believe that there is a central issue and a heart of the problem with this today. Under current practices, deputies may share information with ICE if they believe someone may be an illegal immigrant. At first glance, this may seem innocuous, but what does it mean in practice? How does one determine who looks like an immigrant? The truth is that this is certainly subjective, that it's based on perception, bias, assumptions, clothing, where someone lives. In effect, this policy outsources immigration enforcement to individual judgment calls, made in the moment rather than on law or evidence. This effect translates into an erosion of public trust. Immigrant communities and those perceived to be immigrants now experience local law enforcement as a possible threat rather than a source of protection. And our local law enforcement officials are not equipped to determine immigration status on the ground and reliably. And relying on appearances or intuition effectively institutionalizes profiling. It transforms routine policing activities into civil immigration enforcement without oversight, policy clarity, or accountability. Routine traffic stops, license checks, and calls for service, everyday encounters that can happen to any one of us, become potential entry points for federal detention for individuals who have committed no crime. I will note here that over half of the ICE detainees in the Cumberland County Jail are non-criminal. And this concern is real, and it's happening to our neighbors, and it's happening here in Cumberland County. We have an opportunity to correct the injustices and help protect our neighbors and make sure that we are here for each other. Maine's communities, immigrants and non-alike, want to live without fear, to trust law enforcement, and to engage in civic life fully. Thank you for taking the time to hear my words, and thank you for your time and consideration on this effort.
Good evening. My name is Chena Immel. I'm a resident of South Portland, and I'm here as an ally to support ending the ICE contract. No amount of money can justify what ICE is doing to our communities. The role of government and law enforcement is to protect and serve the community, not to terrorize us. I think I can speak for everyone here when I say that we are not afraid of our neighbors. We have become afraid of our government. and our law enforcement officers, and that is not okay. ICE is not keeping our communities safe. They are the ones terrorizing people by carrying out racist and fascist directives. And by collaborating with them, we are complicit in that harm. We are already on stolen land. I don't think descendants of colonizers have the right to kick anyone out of this country and tear anyone away from their family. I am asking you to end this contract to protect the safety and the rights of the people that you represent. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Hannah Tannhauser. I'm a resident in South Portland. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I have important things to say, as I'm sure everyone in this room does, despite whether they've taken the time to speak or not. I'm a white woman. I have enormous privilege, and at the same time, I maybe 7 years ago stood on the streets in Portland and watched as someone jumped out of a black SUV, walked up the street, held someone at gunpoint, handcuffed them, and put them in a van and drove them away. It was terrifying. I hope none of you ever experience that yourself. I don't expect you will, and I hope you never are in a situation where you see that happen to someone else. And this is happening, and it will happen more. I can guarantee that. And it is only because of the work that I do that I was in a context where I witnessed that. I want you each to take a moment and think in your own lives, how many people of color do you have close to you? How many people who speak fluently in other languages, where they will be speaking that language in a grocery store where they will be targeted? Are these people in your lives? If not, I ask you to use your privilege to speak for the people who are unable to keep themselves safe because the government is eroding. When you ask anyone who has grown up in a dictatorship in another country what it was like, they talk about the visceral experiences that we are experiencing, the people being taken away, the media being silenced. This is an opportunity for you. Please, you can do this. There's no reason you can't do this. Don't wait for history to look back and have this opportunity when you could have kept your children or your grandchildren, your neighbors' children, or the people of color, the people you couldn't speak to because you didn't speak their language safer. We have an opportunity. You have an opportunity. We each need to do what we can, and you have a vote that you can take. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. I'm Dr. Allison Dart. I'm a psychologist licensed in the state of Maine, and I live and work in Portland. I'm here to talk about kids. I specialize and work with very small children, usually under the age of 6. The early years, the birth to 3 range, is known as a sensitive period. It's a really important time for early development, cognitive growth, social emotional growth. When children are separated from their primary caregivers for more than a day in this period, it impacts them, sometimes permanently. When something scary happens to children in this age range, it tends to impact them often permanently. Children are being separated from their primary caregivers. They're watching their primary caregivers be dragged from their homes, attacked in the streets. Children themselves are being tied up. And it's going to impact them for the rest of their lives. This is not only important because they're going to have developmental, cognitive, social, emotional impacts for the rest of their lives, which is horrible. That's plenty to move me. But we've talked a lot about money tonight. The financial impact of that is also really important, something that has to be considered. So I urge you when you're thinking tonight that there is no movement that is, too symbolic or too small. This means something, and try to think of the children of Maine when you're making your decision. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, my name's Emily Troll. I'm from South Portland.
I'm really nervous to be speaking to you tonight, as I'm sure a lot of other people have been. But we're here because this is really, really important and matters so much to us. And I'm just here to say that I'm a musician and a gardener and have no expertise in this important stuff that you guys are really doing the work on for us. And as a community member and a neighbor to many immigrants, I can see what an amazing opportunity this is for us to make a statement and make a difference and slow the forces that are creating so much fear and pain right here in our communities. And thank you so much for your consideration, and I really urge you to break the contract.
Stephen Sharp, Brackett Street in Portland. I urge you
Steve will be the last speaker.
I urge you not to vote for this amendment. It's not really an amendment, really a resolution, because that's what you're resolving to do. But I urge you not to do it. You need to work with the federal agencies that provides connections to the jail, and it's just it makes no sense for you to vote for this. Before the amendments were made, I had counted what I thought was going to be the vote, and I see that the amendments are going to allow certain members of you to vote in a different way, and I presume that you pass these amendments to create a air of allowing you to do so without actually doing anything. You're basically saying, we're not going to do this, but we're not going to give up the money, but we really don't want to do this, so, which is not really kosher. So I urge you not to support this amendment tonight.
Only one more.
You got one more? Got one more person? There's one guy.
Okay. Go ahead.
Commissioners, thanks very much. I'll make this quite short. You heard earlier, maybe 10 minutes ago, that according to ICE detention statistics, specifically to Maine, specifically to Portland, less than half of those currently held in CCJ, Cumberland County Jail, are in fact held on criminal grounds. So I would submit that in interaction with the state, should they challenge your decision tonight, should you make this decision, and I hope you do, it would be easy enough to say, well, your law, your statute says we must accept those who are lawfully held. We already know that we don't know if they're lawfully held, and we know from the ICE detention, their own document, that half of them are not lawfully held. I'm a defense attorney. My clients do not go to CCJ if there's not probable cause for an arrest. And the sheriff assures us tonight that nobody has invigilated whether or not there is lawful cause. I'll just leave it at that. I think that I would not, for all of you, be apprehensive about colliding with the state's attorneys, because I think you have strong grounds to demand compliance with this contract. And it's not evident to me that currently the federal government is in compliance. Thank you.
Okay, we'll close the testimony section of this section. Now, do we have any?
Can you reread the motion, please?
All right. The motion is to authorize the city manager to provide notice no later than December 1st, 2025, to amend the U.S. Marshal Prison Operation Contract to reflect the exclusion of immigration and customs enforcement ICE detention.
No discussion?
Yeah, discussion.
I'll start.
Go ahead.
Okay, I don't usually write my comments, in case you've never noticed, but I did tonight, because I want to make sure I hit on a few things. And I just want to thank everybody who's shown up consistently since, July, June, whatever it was. I appreciate the many, many phone calls I've received and the many, many emails. And they were written by folks on both sides of the issue, but mostly in favor of canceling the contract. I've been an elected official since 2012, first in municipal government, now as a county commissioner, and I have to tell you that this has probably been one of the most difficult decisions of my elected career for two reasons. First, if we amend the contract with the federal marshals to exclude ICE, then under Maine law, we are still required to accept anyone presented by quote unquote law enforcement in the county jail. The difference will be that it is most probable that we will have the ICE detainees presented to us, but we will not receive compensation for their care. Sadly, while the federal government compensates $150 per day, the state only compensates us approximately $25 a day. This is a huge problem, as you can well imagine. We are looking at the possibility of losing over $2 million in jail operating costs, a liability that will potentially raise property taxes for those I represent in this county.
Who cares?
Hey,
Hold on.
we paid
Let me
attention to you.
finish.
It's
Let me
us.
finish.
Your turn.
Jail costs are mostly fixed, and I asked about closing a pod, but I found it would have minimal impact. Property taxes are regressive, meaning it is not based upon ability to pay, but on the value of your property. It is devastating for many folks, and I recognize that I have an obligation to those folks. Second, as I mentioned above, state statute 25 MRSA section 1502 and the jail standard P32, if I've got that correct, requires that we cooperate with law enforcement when they present us with people to be held in custody. I am not a lawyer, but I interpret the statute to imply that the law enforcement entities bringing persons to the jail are legitimate, i.e., work within the boundaries of the Constitution and laws of this land. I would venture to argue that currently, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency is not following due process, nor are they acting in a professional manner, unlike our own local law enforcement, like our sheriffs who are sitting here. And they don't act professionally when they detain people who might or might not be in this country legally. Frankly, I think they act like rogues, but that's my opinion. Until they act within the confines of our national and state laws, I have trouble considering them legitimate. And I'm a former Latin teacher, and you learn over time if you get to know me that I like to follow, Latin. The word Latin means following the law. Hence, in my opinion, they're not able to bring people to the county jail. Humanity comes first. Having come to that conclusion, I am going to vote to exclude ICE from the terms of the county contract with the U.S. Marshals. Now, don't you feel bad about yelling at me? I ask that all people who agree with me contact their state legislators, some of whom have spoken and are here, and the governor's office, and insist that the state compensate counties fully for the cost of running our jails.
We will do that.
This would go a long way towards eliminating the pressure on our budgets and the need to even consider whether or not cooperating with an agency such as the current manifestation of ICE is necessary. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Anybody else have comments?
Well, I've got plenty.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, first I want to thank everyone who shows up to these meetings and all the emails. Seems like my phone dings every time it goes off, and it's dinged a lot today. And I do appreciate the contacts. That said, however, I represent District 2 of Cumberland County, which is 9 towns, starting at Harrison, very upper end of the county, all the way down the corridor to Falmouth. Consequently, I have talked to many, many people, which you have all forced me to do, and I appreciate that, don't get me wrong. And I'm a member of the Cumberland Farmers Club. I'm not a farmer by any means, but I believe in the system there. I've been a member for over 40 years. I work fair every week. I also work Freiburg Fair. This year gave me plenty of opportunity to talk to a lot of people. I will say, once you get out of the greater Portland area, my district becomes very conservative people. Do I like the methods that ICE uses, as we've been told how they operate is true? No. I have a lot of questions and what they do and how they do it. I do have a question, however, and no one has seemed to address it, all the things I've heard. If somebody walked into this country or came to this country illegally, is that a crime? According to federal statutes, it is. It's at minimum a misdemeanor. I have a real problem with people being here illegally just as much as I have a problem somebody coming into your house and sitting there and say, hey, I want to live here because it's a nice house. That's trespassing. And to me, something needs to be done along that line. Whether ICE is doing it right or not, I don't know. My other concern is if we cancel this contract and go through this process, I think there is a great amount of interest, or will be on the part of ICE, to move a lot of these detainees elsewhere. If they come from other states, that's a different issue. But I am concerned, the latest report, I think there's 20 some odd that are from the greater Portland, Lewiston, Auburn area in our jail. If these people are moved out of state, I'm afraid they're going to lose access to their own families. I'm also hearing, and multiple people have said, we have many, many legal avenues for them. University of Maine, legal system, etc., money advocate groups that have spoken here in the last meeting we had. So I have a real concern with canceling the contract from that aspect, that I think they will lose touch. They will go somewhere else. And I'm worried about that. I firmly believe immigrants make our nation stronger when they come here legally. I've been a past state representative. In fact, one of the gentlemen, she worked on Representative Criminal Justice Committee. I was also a member of that committee when I was in the legislature. I think from that standpoint, there are things the state needs to do, financially wise, etc. I think the state needs to step up to the plate and figure out how the jails get compensated. Years ago, when I was in the legislature, Governor LePage mentioned in a meeting one day, well, maybe the state will just take over the jails. And I said, Governor, do not say that, because I know of at least 2 sheriffs, including my own, will probably drive the key to the jail as fast as he can go to bring it up to you. it is a big problem. But all of that said, I am not going to vote to end the contract. I think there are ways, should we negotiate with ICE, should we talk to ICE, maybe we can figure things out, but I'm worried about the people who are housed there currently. I know there are many legal avenues for legal immigration, working with authorities at the border, and I also did some research regarding immigration judges. You can voluntarily leave the country and then legally apply to come back. There are legal ways to become a citizen. I've been to many naturalization ceremonies over the years. We usually have one in Wyndham about every year. And I'm honored to be there and shake their hands and congratulate them for becoming citizens. Thank you.
First, I appreciate the amendments that were made and the text of the order that's before the commission. As I understand it, the the county manager is being authorized to discuss with the Marshal Service the deletion of ICE from the listing of the agencies which are allowed to access the county jail. That, as a freestanding proposition, does not necessarily imply that anything further would be required, but as a practical matter, I think every member of this commission has great confidence in Mr. Gailey, and Mr. Gailey will do what he understands is the tenor of any action that we should take now or sometime in the next couple of months. And that to me means that I believe the pending motion reflects the controversy that has now existed for several months here, and has been the subject matter not only of these public meetings, but of a respectable amount of research by a number of the commissioners. You just heard Commissioner Tyler talking about
It's a public
various
hearing.
aspects.
Could you talk to the public loud enough, please?
Oh, I'm sorry,
I'm hard of hearing.
somebody's yelling outside too. I'm sorry, sir. I'll try to keep my voice up. What I'm saying is this, and I'll get straight to the point. It's my opinion that we are locked in a very unpleasant and largely unacceptable situation. The immigration laws I'm going to give our friends outside a chance to chant away. I hope you can hear me still. We have a history of immigration law that started with the Chinese in the 1870s. They were ruthlessly discriminated against. Those were national laws passed by the United States Congress and endorsed by the President. That process was repeated time after time after time. In Maine, we were not immune from that. The Ku Klux Klan almost elected a governor in the 20s. And the state of Maine was legendary as a conservative enclave for several generations. And it's only recently, and it's mostly in Greater Portland, and now in some of the other cities in the state, that this conservative, kind of almost reactionary state of public policy has faded. All along, things like minor reforms, like DACA. You remember DACA? That never passed. Do we know why? Do we know why, for instance, when the Republicans were in charge? Do we know why when the Democrats were in charge? The outcome is that this has been ignored by public policy people in the federal government, and now we are faced with a reactionary administration which devotes their time to try to create political futures out of the misery and cruelty that they are enjoining to their victims of the week. They're victims of the week, as we all know. Today are immigrants, but tomorrow who knows who it is. I will say this, though. This suggests that we should ban ICE in any way that we can from existence in Maine. And I have a very great problem with that. The problem that I believe exists is twofold. First, modern ease of communication, largely through the internet, means that what has been a sleeping issue of difficulty that has been very much on the fringes of American policy is now brought forward for political purposes and is complemented and enlarged by access to the internet and the
So no, we can't hear.
I don't care. I can shout. If anybody can't hear me, put their hands up and I'll shout louder.
That's just the point.
What's your vote?
3 minutes.
I'm not gonna tell you, I'm gonna tell you why I'm gonna vote the way I am, and it's important to me that you know that. In the county jail today, there's something like 20 people who are Maine residents. There's some from Portland, others from York County, up and down the state. It is true that we know of what we think are atrocities, of poor behavior by public safety personnel. These are kind of, if you think about it, these are the patrol officers of ICE. They are not acting without distinct instructions from their supervisors. I was on the Portland City Council. I've been involved with, I think, only 2 sheriffs, one of whom is now the mayor of Portland, and with his chief deputy all those years, who is now the actual reigning sheriff after being elected, maybe re-elected too, I think. The bottom line is this. I was disturbed to hear that there's at least one, if not more, corrections officers who are allegedly calling ICE to tip them off that there might be a live one in the jail that they could deal with and attempt to deal with. And I hope that there is a command staff at the county jail that disapproves of that process, certainly while somebody is on duty, and that is not their business. And I think it should be regulated because they don't know anything meaningful about immigration law. I'm a lawyer, and I will tell you this, I think it's critical. People who are detained in Maine, who are from Maine, have access to their family. They have access to a fairly systematic legal representation system which could be improved. And I have spoken with the county manager about ways in which that could happen and means by which we could establish an ongoing process to attempt to address unfairnesses that we see. If you read the Portland paper, I think it was the day before yesterday, it might have been before that. The ACLU has pointed out that part of what what ICE is doing is bypassing the legalities that exist under immigration law in a certain way. Commissioner Tyler has said, well, if you cross the border, that is a crime, and actually it is. It's a misdemeanor in most instances. It is not a crime if you're seeking asylum. And it's hard to look at two people and say, this one here is legal, this one here never applied for asylum, therefore not legal. Or there are a variety of other ways that changes. That kind of information needs to be ventilated and available, and we have judges who decide whether there's probable cause. We have judges who decide whether detention is lawful. And among the immigration provisions, and this is plenty complicated, don't get me wrong, among the provisions is you have the right to bail if you meet certain criteria, which means you didn't just arrive yesterday, or if you did, you didn't apply for asylum yet. Asylum people are guaranteed presence in the United States as a result of emerging from circumstances that are dangerous. So my conclusion looks like this, and believe me, we have now received some fairly expert opinion to the effect that it would be a grave disservice to the people who are in the jail or those who come into the jail if they're from Maine and they are shipped out of state because we have interfered with access by ICE to the... I'm sorry, would you please shut up while I talk? I don't think it's right. I didn't interrupt anybody, and this is really important because what you have advocated for tonight would do grave harm to a lot of people. And you may hate ICE, and I certainly do. I blame their management. They are poorly managed, and their tactics are inconsistent with American law. But the people who are in the jail need as much help as we can arrange. And so my intention would be that we would deal with the manager, I think we should create a committee that would be active in trying to understand what happens next. The ACLU has an action going in Massachusetts, which is part of the district in which we live federally, that would prohibit ICE from simply relying on entry as a means for retention. Most people who are here, other than people who have been convicted of serious crimes, should have the right to bail, and we should be ones, in my opinion, who will promote that. In order to do that, we should not be interfering with lawful activity by ICE just because we want to make some kind of a statement that will be ignored in very short order. So I do not intend to support the ending of the contract, at least not now. It is a very close call for me, but I do not think that immediate harm to people that we already can identify justifies taking this step at this time. We have another meeting in a month, we have another meeting in 2 months, we have a new session of the commission beginning in January. So we have plenty of time to work on this issue.
We don't have time.
You don't have time.
Thank you for your comments. So my vote would be no.
Shame on you.
Thank you very much.
We don't have enough judges to litigate all this for these people.
Enough. Sheriff.
So I'm going to clarify a couple things. One comment about letting ICE know was taken out of context. Police officers have discretion, and we don't limit the discretion they have. About a month ago, there was an individual seen shooting, or at least pointing a gun at a drone. And that was a news story, and apparently it's illegal to shoot drones out of the air. I learned that on TV. I'm sure FAA would find that illegal. So if we were called, we would take the information, refer it to FAA. They decide whether or not it's a crime or not. Same thing with ICE. If our people are operating and they have contact with somebody, I'm not going to tell them, you can't write it down and send it to ICE. That's their discretion to do. So it's not people in the jail notifying ICE. We share our information with ICE once a week, like we share it with DHHS and a bunch of other ACLU and now the university. We say share that information because we're transparent. To sound like a broken record, there are a number of titles that obligate me and my staff to accept inmates. These are not something that just occurred. As I've mentioned, we've done it for 30 years. Our process hasn't changed. What has changed is the administration, and the focus of the administration has changed. That's why we're all here. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 25 years ago, we were holding ICE inmates, and we didn't have this. Title 30A 1510 relates to this under definitions. Title 30A 1554 talks about federal prisoners. Title 25 MRS 1502 talks about our obligation. And then, as you mentioned, Maine Department of Corrections Standard P32 requires us to accept inmates. Now, if you don't believe me, that's all right. Look it up. It's there. You folks have a discretionary challenge in front of you today. My operation is non-discretionary. In fact, under the federal inmate, it says we shall accept all state and federal inmates. This is nothing new. Been doing it for 30 years. Heard a lot about integrity. This is the law. I was voted in to enforce the law. If I break this law, what other laws could I break with apparent impunity? Can I drink and drive?
Segregation was legal. It was the law.
So,
Would you stop?
and I won't break the law. I won't break the law.
So you would stop a black person going into a bathroom? Hey!
Due process. Due process. Let's talk about due process a little bit. And I'm not an attorney, but my understanding of it in 39 years of law enforcement is this. Due process starts after the arrest is made and somebody's in jail. So, you know, us affecting due process at the jail is an impossibility. We're not attorneys. We're not judges. Due process is handled by attorneys, prosecutors, and the judges. So the reality is, regardless of what happens today, I've been right up front for the last 5 or 6 months that I will follow the law until the law is changed. If people have an issue with it, and I have some issues of laws that I don't necessarily agree with, but I have to enforce them, then you got to get in touch with your legislators and your congressional representatives. I've yet to see a congressional representative in here, you know, trying to defend the county. So the bottom line is that whatever you decide to do, that's your discretion. I will continue to hold ICE inmates until the law is changed. Or a court decides it's unconstitutional and tells me otherwise. Thank you.
Smith. Thank you. I'll start by just saying thank you to everyone who's been here speaking out over the past couple months. I want to thank everyone for their phone calls and emails. It's really important that people are engaged in this issue, regardless of how you feel about it, whether you'd like the contract to go away or keep it. Hearing from people is what it's all about. This is why I'm happy to serve and why I'm happy to be here. So I want to thank everyone for that. Secondly, I want to look my fellow commissioners in the eye and say thank you for the work you've done thus far. I know this has been a difficult situation, and I respect all of you, and I think there's been great respect among us, even though there's been some hardship. I think there's been courtesy and respect, and however the vote goes, it's not going to change how I feel about my desire to be respectful. I do hope people think about the vote before hands are raised. I want to explain my deliberation on this complex and nuanced matter. I feel the need to say when the contract was renewed, which I was a part of, had I known then how ICE agents would be exerting their roles and power, I would have never voted for this contract. As we all know and have experienced, times have changed. Times have changed from 30 years ago. These drastic and harmful outcomes and impacts to our communities compel me to recognize our new reality and to stand firm in calling these actions out as racist, possibly illegal, and not keeping with our U.S. Constitution. We, the people, deserve better. I'd like to clarify my thoughts by looking externally first and then internally. Externally, because of the recent changes of how ICE operates, we are now living with fear and mistrust of law enforcement. It's a shame. These actions create an environment of chaos and confusion and division within our communities. And we are better than this, I believe. The negative impacts and ramifications of the current contract are, in my mind, unacceptable. And I hope some of my fellow commissioners believe that too. We are here to protect and create a sense of safety within our communities. We should not be part of creating terror, mistrust within our neighborhoods. Our contract is a discrete document, but it does not exist in isolation, nor can it be rationalized as such. It has real day-to-day consequences. Externally, we are told that according to Maine state statute, that the jail must take all prisoners. To the extent that a positive vote in this matter will end ICE activity in Cumberland County, this remains to be seen. Sad to say. Now for my thoughts from an internal perspective. Based on new information and additional information that the commissioners have requested, we have been able to understand the majority of the arrestees are not from Cumberland County or the state of Maine, but from other states. Many from our neighboring New England states. A fact that has been brought to light because of curious commissioners and curious community members. Why are our tax dollars being used to house so many, in relative terms from 2 or 3 years ago, for out-of-state arrestees? I'm all for smart, thoughtful immigration reform, but the gross misuse and the broad brush actions that are involved in rounding up non-white people, are an example of racist racism in the country and a misuse of power. I have major concerns that we are not able to adequately review what is actually taking place in the jail. Are prisoners being held illegally? Are prisoners being held beyond their legal release date? Are prisoners able to receive legal and support services in a timely manner, which oftentimes is urgent based on the speed in which transfers and the movement of arrestees happens from facility to facility? The secrecy that the federal government relies on to withhold information regarding arrestees, especially those with civil offenses, is over the top. Because of this environment of secrecy, it erodes our trust in government. It erodes our trust in all entities of government. Lastly, I've been adamant in my concerns for safety, not only within our neighborhoods, but in the jail. We have been struggling since COVID to hire adequate, competent, trained staff. We have made some strides, but currently we are well understaffed, particularly with the influx of ICE arrestees. Our sheriff has said on multiple occasions, our jail staff is not trained in federal immigration law, nor does the academy cover immigration in its curriculum or certification. We are putting our staff, our jail staff, in a potentially dangerous position. Not having enough staff leads to not being able to adequately escort or provide assistance when visiting attorneys or immigration services who advocate are unable to see a person. Forced overtime to cover the jail 24/7 with increased jail population is creating a potential unsafe environment and legal liability for us. From the perspective and the reality of safety within our jail alone, I believe continuing the contract with ICE is detrimental, harmful, and irresponsible. With safety being our highest priority, I ask my fellow commissioners to consider the risk based on the current climate and consider voting yes to end the contract with ICE. Will this really solve the problems? Probably not, but all about a first step. We have so many miles to go, there's so many issues involved, we all know it's complex, but a first step would go a long way. I ask you to consider that, my fellow commissioners. My last comment, and thank you for the length of my comments tonight. Although I feel like the iceberg of democracy is slowly melting into the vast ocean of trampled rights and a disregard for our U.S. Constitution, I want to remind all of us that the majority of the iceberg exists underwater. The underwater portion of an iceberg holds immense mass and energy. And with that analogy, I remain hopeful that change will come from this unseen mass and energy for the betterment of our communities and country. Stay the course. Thank you.
Well, now comes to my opportunity here, and you've heard just about everything I'm going to say. I'm going to just summarize my position then. As Commissioner Smith indicated, that we need to talk to all the commissioners from the information that we've received from you. And believe me, I don't think there's a commissioner here that's not appalled by the actions of ICE, how they work, etc. On the other hand, I have to be very cautious because we are a government and we are run by the laws. And that is what really disturbs me and causes me angst. County commissioners do not have the authority to prevent ICE from housing detainees in our jail. They don't. There's no law in the state that allows us to do that. This responsibility is mandated by your state, our state, Department of Corrections. And one of the things that I quoted to our representative here was standard P32, which comes out of MDOC. And is strictly within the jurisdiction of the Sheriff's Department, as our sheriff has indicated, which operates under the aegis of the governor's office, not the county commissioners. So what you're seeing is the actions that ICE can take is nothing that we control. Additionally, revoking our federal jail reimbursement contract relative to ICE would not prevent ICE from housing detainees in the county jail because of these standards. It would simply transfer the financial burden from the federal government to the county taxpayer, increasing our costs by over 2.5 million annually, an estimated 5 to 7% rise in county property tax. That would be devastating for our median and low income families. Some of them would be driven right out of their homes. In essence, attempting to prevent ICE from using our jail by this proposed commission action would be futile and only result in our county's property taxpayers paying higher taxes. Again, the impact on the median and low income people would be disaster, in my opinion. If you really wish to address this issue, it's important to recognize that the proper channels and authorities for this action are limited in this state. Essentially, I would start with MDOC and then start working towards the legislature, as we mentioned tonight. And efforts should be directed accordingly to avoid unnecessary financial harm. That's the position that I see, and from the facts that I have gathered. Emotionally, I am, again, as I repeated, appalled at the actions that ICE has taken. And I have contacted our federal representatives on many occasions to say such.
Money over more.
It's always all about the money.
What do you do with your more?
Well, what do you want? Do you want to throw people out of their house?
They already do that.
Is it going to happen more?
The property taxes,
So
it
only
just went up
certain
here
people
for-
matter.
Point of order.
What an order.
All right.
Can I?
Sure.
Shame on you,
Another
shame
side.
on you.
I just want to advise the members of the commission that should the vote result in the failure to authorize the manager to do what is proposed to be authorized, I have a a series of issues. I don't think I necessarily need to run over them very much, but I'll do so very quickly to address some issues. I would propose by our next meeting that we have identified at least a process, if not a person, who could act as an independent ombudsman-type individual to work in the county jail and with detainees to assure that they are getting timely and comprehensive access to the facilities that are available from attorneys and from the clinic at the law school and any other resources they're able to identify. That may cost us some money, and I will say incidentally, whatever the budget impact of any change that we make has makes no significance whatsoever to me. So I think this would be a worthwhile expense for sure. I think there has been some issue about whether the staffing at the jail, as we sit today, especially because we have so many probationary COs, that we need to do better at making time available for someone to conduct the detainees to the conference rooms where they would meet with either the ombudsman or their attorney, or both. I think that is an improvement that we have to study very closely, and I would hope the administration would, I know they already take that to heart, but don't give up. We've already talked about taking the need for changes in Maine law. I would hope we would be able to draft a proposed change in the law that we could submit for consideration by the legislature when they convene in January. And lastly, I think we should create an expert committee group that would be available to us, that would take it as their responsibility to understand the changing and evolution of legal decisions, some of which appear now to be generally favorable to a much better administration of the immigration laws in terms of the fairness in which they are administered. But in any event, to help us with anything else that comes to the fore as an issue for us to try to deal with. I've already indicated how I expect to vote on this particular proposal tonight. But if we can do all of these other things, perhaps my idea on this would not change. But if we cannot make progress on this, as I said before, incremental change is the only thing we can actually hope for. I respect the opinions of the commissioners who say this is not the day to do this in terms of the risks that would be involved in trying to exercise the ICE aspects of this contract. For those who are still listening, one of the concerns is that if we were to do that, the federal government would cancel the entire contract, and if they did that, then all Maine-related people would be incarcerated, hopefully not in the Alligator Alcatraz, but in some other place where they would be remote from the services they have. I neglected to mention one of my great concerns in my previous talk. There are hundreds of American citizens who are not yet 5 years old. They are the children of immigrants who may be here illegally or allegedly illegally or here illegally, but not subject to deportation. All of those possibilities and several others exist. But those are citizens who will be deported as a function of staying with a parent or with their parents. We were told 2 years ago by people from the Maine Medical Center that they had been experiencing 500 births by immigrants who were not citizens each year. And we were discussing whether we could provide postnatal refuge for those people for a brief period of time that they were seeking. But those 500 per year, it must be a couple of thousand or more now, are citizens of the United States and according to the Constitution and of the state in which they reside. And we have a great responsibility to them, because among them all, they are among the most helpless. So, you know, I'm not satisfied with this particular motion. I do think that it could easily be self-defeating, but I'm committed to pursuing a better result for this entire situation. So I just wanted to give notice that I have that on my agenda, and frankly, I've already discussed it with the management.
Yep, thank you. I appreciate the creative ideas and the thought of where we can go from here and some improvements. I did some research as well about jail ombudsman, and LD 1962 was introduced in March of 2025. There's nothing that's going on with it. It's been pushed to another session. If we were to do that, we need, you know, rules and regulations and guidelines, and until that gets into place, I think a jail ombudsman is a little far out in the future. It exists in some other states, but currently it doesn't in the state of Maine, and we need that kind of background if we're gonna go in that direction. So thank you for the creativity, maybe down the road, but I'm asking, can we take the first step tonight? Can we do this?
Yes.
And there'll be so much thing we don't know. I mean, unless we take a step, we won't know what we have to do next. If we continue as we go, it's the same old thing. And I'm not saying there's not a future, I'm still here, I'm gonna be around in 2026, and we'll see what happens. But I urge folks to take the first step. It's not perfect. Thank you.
Come on, Jim.
Yes. You can do it.
Come on, Jim.
You can do it.
I just have one question for my fellow commissioners, and I want you to ponder this. I forget who said it, but if not now, when? And I'm gonna leave it at that.
You can do this. Our community needs it.
I'm done talking.
Okay.
Done.
All right, so we'll call the vote.
Yep.
I would like a roll call vote. Catherine?
Commissioner Smith. Isn't it alphabetical? A roll call vote? Typically, Robert's rules, or no?
Either that or by district, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's only 5 of us.
Right, won't get too lost, thank you. Yes.
Commissioner Tyler,
No.
Commissioner Cloutier,
No.
Vote.
Commissioner Katerina,
Yes.
Commissioner Gordon.
No. The motion is
That's really.
Let white supremacy win.
So,
Racism exists.
You don't represent Portland
Guys.
properly. All of Portland is here. James, who are you
I was gonna make a motion to
representing?
reconsider
We're all
that.
here
What was
voting
taken.
yes.
I'll second that.
Hold on.
Did I hear you correct?
I now move to reconsider the vote just taken.
I second.
Any discussion?
No, I now move to table the pending motion for reconsideration.
What?
Table.
But we can't discuss.
Future meetings,
Can't
sir.
discuss. Those in
I
favor?
could,
No,
I
you
could,
discuss it when it comes
I
back
could
off the
discuss the
table.
reconsideration.
Yes.
So the comment on the reconsideration, is there new information that allows you to reconsider this evening?
Is that a question for me?
It sure is.
I expect that by this time next month, there should be some progress on the items that I just mentioned.
Despite what I said about the ombudsman?
Yes, and I'm not intimidated by the need to have state-created requirements of provisions for an ombudsman to act. And I'm glad to hear that there are such arrangements in other states, and we all own photocopiers, and we have the unfortunate access to, the internet and
Okay.
some of the social media that's available through that.
Okay.
I just think that we've got a long way to go on this. We shouldn't start out by taking out a bat and swinging at it in a way that we might regret. in 2 weeks or 3. So that's the motion. I do believe it's a motion that can be tabled and could come back next month for us to review. Not whether this is a valid motion, but whether it should be reconsidered in light of progress that our very capable administrators would be able to help us with as we go along.
I would remind the commission that this should be the final action on this, and if the tabling is passed, because we have a budget that has to be determined without knowing where we're going.
I do have a response for that. I've been instrumental in 28 different budgets for publicly elected positions, and that doesn't include a number for the University of Southern Maine and a number for the Maine Turnpike Authority. And as far as I'm concerned, unless we have an assurance of income, that we can have some confidence in, and Teresa is here to help us with that as we go along. It's not revenue that we assume is going to exist unless we know it exists. So that's just the way it is. You know, that's to me, that's the only prudent thing to do.
I'm not sure what you said, but
Unless we can prove we're going to have the money, we don't count it. That's all.
That's right, we wouldn't count it,
Right.
which would mean that we would have a increase in our budget by 10 to 7% over above what we need.
Yeah, my idea would be that that has got to be not even a secondary idea, it's tertiary at best. So, you know, that's where we are.
All right, so where are we? We're at reconsideration first.
And I move to table the motion for reconsideration for 30 days, until our next meeting.
Those in favor of tabling the motion to reconsider?
Table.
Table. Okay.
Jump back to the violence proposition.
No, we're good. I'm good. I get dark or something.
All right, we come out of recess.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion under new business 25-110, proclamation to recognize October 25th as Domestic Violence Action Month.
Can I have a second?
Second or third or?
Any discussion? Seeing none? Jim?
I'm sorry, this is the domestic.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you, I'm sorry I interrupted you.
All right. I have my pin on my lapel. Thank you.
Tonight we're joined by Jen Annis, who has provided a few slides. October is Domestic Violence Month here in Cumberland County and across the United States. And Jen leads the Violence Intervention Partnership, a group of individuals who fight every single day to try to stop or curb domestic violence in Cumberland County, and they do fantastic work. And so Jen would like to go through a few PowerPoint slides just to introduce what they're doing to the commissioners as part of Domestic Violence Month. So Jen, all yours.
Thank you so much. I also have a few handouts from our last, it's just one page, kind of, it's recapping all the work that we did under our last grant. So the last grant ended officially at the end of November of 2024. And we started this current grant December 1st. So I thought it would be helpful just to kind of see some of the work that we did under the last grant cycle, and you can take that with you. So we started this new grant December 2024. The end date is September 30th of 2027. And for this current grant, we have an increased focus on responding to sexual abuse. Some of the new things that we're working on is a new sexual assault response team that has a multidisciplinary team that works to improve the response for survivors who are engaging in both the criminal legal system and engaging in with medical providers. And we have funding to send training teams, multidisciplinary training teams, to some national trainings. The picture on the screen was a group, 5 of them. One of them is not from our group. They just happened to get in our group photo. But 5 of them we sent with our funding to a national conference in June. And since they returned, we already heard from what a great experience it was and how it improved. Not only, there was a law enforcement officer, his ability to improve some of his investigations, and he has some ideas on how to collaborate with some of the other sexual assault investigators in the county to improve their response. We heard from one of the prosecutors about being able to come up with different ways and more creative ways to look at cases based on the information that was gathered from that training. And the advocate was talking about how she was able to do better forensic interviews when working with survivors based on the information that she learned. And they have started to convene this new team and do some work together. So it's really exciting. We still have some more work with that group, but this is, again, one of our new focus. We have an outreach advocate at the Sexual Assault Response Services of Southern Maine who is connecting with a variety of community members to give them information about the services and work with marginalized communities to make sure that they know about what's available to them. And every time they do an outreach event with one of the various communities, they are able to get people who are utilizing their resources from those outreach activities. There's also a new survivor advisory team that is individuals with lived experience to help guide best practices for that sexual assault response team. So those are some of the new initiatives. Similar to some of our past grants, we are focused on survivor safety and offender accountability. We continue to work with our high-risk response team. This year, we hosted a cross-jurisdictional high-risk response team to collaborate with some other communities that had similar parties involved. So we recognize that domestic and sexual abuse don't always stay within one county, so we were able to work with other jurisdictions to collaborate and fill some holes, identify some gaps that were happening in communications across county, and work to improve those systems as well. There's also a new justice-involved survivor safety team that's focusing on the unique needs of survivors who've been involved in the criminal justice system themselves. And so that team is going to be, again, a cross-jurisdictional, multi-agency team that's working to help improve services. The grant continues to do supervision of the EPIC team, the Enhanced Police Intervention Collaboration through these doors. We still have a victim safety fund. We still have the Domestic Violence Court Case Coordination Advisory, which is our a multidisciplinary task force that focuses on the Judicial Monitoring Court, which is the Domestic Violence Court, and Protection Order Court, and looks at safety for victims in those court systems and gaps and other things that might come up just in the process. We collaborate with one of the judges on that, as well as the prosecutors, pretrial services, the Domestic Violence Intervention Program, the advocacy agencies, and many other systems partners. We continue the specialized supervision through Maine Pretrial Services, the electronic monitoring and victim notification, which I've talked to you all about in the past. That's still a part of this grant, during this grant cycle. And then our VIP coordinated community response, we continue to identify system gaps and improve response. One thing that we've worked quite a bit on is improving language access We work with the Maine Judicial Branch Language Access Coordinator anytime we identify some concerns that have come up. And we have worked to improve response in certain lethal situations through a variety of different trainings. One was the Alliance for Hope training that I mentioned, that we sent the training team to the multidisciplinary training team. Coming up in December, we have a triple threat training primarily focused for law enforcement throughout Cumberland County. This will be our third year hosting that. That discusses firearms, stalking, and strangulation as 3 high lethal factors. And we've done a lot of work around protection order, firearms relinquishment for individuals who are prohibited, and continuing to partner with our statewide partners on ensuring that everyone is following through on the firearms relinquishment when people are prohibited by a protection order. And then another initiative was one of the advocates who was under this grant has been working with agencies on certain policies about helping to waive fees for certain health initiatives for victims of abuse. And lastly, as part of this grant, one of the things I wanted to mention, so in the first 6 months of this calendar year, January to June, we have worked to increase understanding of domestic and sexual abuse. We've had 15 different training activities, training 347 partners. And 100% of the training evaluations that we received back indicated that participants had increased knowledge in responding to domestic and sexual abuse based on the information provided. So we're continuing to do some of the similar work with some new initiatives under this grant cycle. And it is Domestic Violence Action Month. As many of you know, there's still some activities left. I passed around some pins for you all. Purple Lights Nights are happening throughout Cumberland County. The courthouse continues to be lit up, glowing purple. Cumberland County Regional Communication Center is lit up with purple, and they have even purple mums outside, I think. And many of our staff here at Cumberland County participated in the Wear Purple Day on October 16th. There's still upcoming events. October 23rd, this Thursday, Through These Doors is hosting a community night at Rising Tide Brewery from 6 to 8:30. And partly they're going to be talking about the work they've done creating their tiny house, which is a shelter expansion project. They're hoping to help furnish the shelter by getting people to donate items for their shelter expansion project. There's still library campaigns going on, and there are many coffee shops throughout Cumberland County that are hosting lavender lattes that part of the proceeds will go to Through These Doors for Domestic Violence Awareness Month throughout the county. You can always go to Through These Doors website or look at their social media for all the places. Coffee by Design on Diamond Street is doing it. The Clayton's Cafe in Yarmouth, Good Life Market in Raymond, thank you, and Sea Salt in Cape Elizabeth are all doing that. So before the end of the month, go get a lavender latte. And then the last thing was the proclamation. I don't know if anyone was going to read that or be in charge of it, and I'm happy to answer any questions, but I wanted to give you an overview of where we have been with the last grant and where we stand with this new grant work.
Questions?
Thanks for the work. As always, the teaching and training, it's got a ripple effect, and we know that's important for folks who are victims of domestic violence. And I don't know, this might be a little bit out of context of the grant, but I remember way back when I was a city councilor in South Portland, I'd heard somewhere that unfortunately we ranked in the top 10 in the United States for domestic violence, which is not a stat we want to be part of, but do you know where Maine sits in relation to other states in the country in terms of domestic violence?
I don't know the actual number for the state of Maine. I can try and find the answer. I have not actually seen a ranking system, but I do know, obviously, about 50%, we're still at that same statistic as far as the homicides. About 50% of the homicides each year are still related to domestic violence.
Yeah, that's a telling stat right there. I guess I don't need to ask more, but unfortunately that's, so I just asked those questions about the statistics because that shows how important the work is. I mean, 50%, that's have. So thank you for all the work you do and for teaching and training and creating the ripple effect that happens. The last question I just have is, this grant is federally funded, correct? Yeah, great.
It's from the Office of Violence Against Women.
Thank you so much.
Any other comments?
I'm good. I appreciate what she does.
I would like to read the proclamation so that you can vote on it, if that's okay. Domestic Violence Action Month Proclamation 2025. Whereas domestic abuse and violence can impact anyone regardless of race, age, gender, sexual orientation, religious or cultural belief, or economic status. Whereas through these doors, Cumberland County's Domestic Violence Resource Center served 2,856 unduplicated individuals, receiving 6,831 helpline calls, and provided 5,198 bed nights at shelter in 2024. Whereas in 2024, there were 15 domestic violence related homicides in Maine. Whereas research shows that a protective factor in preventing domestic violence and creating a community where people are connected, supported, and care for each other. Whereas each day in Cumberland County, individuals and organizations support people impacted by domestic and violence by providing legal, educational, housing, advocacy, and medical services. Whereas everyone knows someone impacted by domestic violence, and everyone has a role to play in preventing domestic violence and supporting survivors. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Cumberland County Commissioners hereby proclaim October 2025 as Domestic Violence Action Month in Cumberland County.
So moved.
Second?
Discussion. Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Passed. Item 2513, first read.
Thank you, Jen.
First reading of proposed amendments to the Cumberland County government bylaw.
Yes, thank you, Jennifer. Really appreciate it.
Yes.
Very important work.
I appreciate all your support for survivors in the county.
We appreciate your patience this night.
Yes.
Yeah.
Important issues, so I'm glad you're talking about them.
We bring forward a first reading of amending the bylaws for the county commissioners. It's twofold. One is language within the text of the bylaws, while the other is an addendum to the bylaws. The first is the text. As the commissioners are aware, a lot of times I chase after one or two of you to try to get your signatures on the weekly warrants that the finance office produces for payroll and AP. It was brought to our attention this year through the auditors that the correct process, the process we should be going through, is that they should be an agenda item and voted on by all 5 commissioners and signed by all 5 commissioners. And we explained to the auditors that even before my time here, which has been more than 9 years, that it has always been a single commissioner taking a look at the warrants and signing off. And it's been typically the chair. And so they were receptive to that. We went back and forth, and we have Brianna and Teresa worked on some language that we presented to them, and they accepted that we thought would be best suited to be located within the bylaws, so that we would have that as a firm hold on that would be the process moving forward. The language reads, the board may annually designate in writing one member of the board to act on behalf of the board to review, approve, and sign county treasurer's disbursement warrants outside of the public meeting of the board. The authority delegated to one board member is in addition to, not in lieu of, majority power. A majority of the members of the board may override the delegated authority by requesting that the full board review, approve, and sign a disbursement warrant at any time. So what we envision is that annually, the commissioners will take this up and vote in the individual who would be responsible for that coming year, the review of the payroll and AP warrants. And we would move on from that. That would meet the letter of the law or the desires of the auditors, and we would be able to check that box and stay clean with them. Did I miss anything on that? Oops. The second item that I would bring to your attention, and that is the addendum to the bylaws. And that is something that you handled back in September, and that is the public participation policy. And that is a document that we did not want to lose sight of. It was a policy that we didn't see a true fit within the admin regs. And we saw a better fit within the commissioner's bylaws. And so we're proposing to put this as an addendum 1 of the bylaws, keeping it as a policy, so if it ever gets to need to be changed, it is a change as a single meeting. It's not a bylaw language. So that is the proposal for the amendments to the bylaws. Like I said before, this is first reading, and second reading would be the November 17th meeting.
Good. Jim, I just, what I wonder is to make an addition to your first issue about signing.
Yep.
Is that in the bylaws, is instead of have a designee, is to make it the chairman and or a designee. That way, it's automatically taken care of unless the commission wants to change it. Just a thought.
I think that's a good idea.
I agree with that. That's what we did on Scarborough Town Council. Yeah.
Acceptable?
As long as it's still voted on yearly, right? We're still gonna do the annual vote
Yeah.
on that.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to, since we brought this forward for first reading, would you be willing to make an amendment to reflect that so that we can move that language forward?
But it hasn't been voted on yet. So we can change it, it doesn't need an amendment. Right?
Well,
Where's the language?
Yeah, well, we just
Where's the language? I'll
change it and we'll make.
I know, and
I'll make the motion for, which one?
Page 4.
Page 4, 1, 2, 7.
Jimmy, is it still contemplate an original signature on a document?
Yes.
Does anybody have an opinion about whether a facsimile signature would work?
a what?
Facsimile. Facsimile.
DocuSign.
Yeah. That
Is it allowed under the?
I've signed a ton of legal documents the last few years through DocuSign.
I use it all the time in real estate, but that doesn't mean it's allowed because.
I can't give a legal opinion, but what I understand it means Electronic Signature Act is that it envisions signatures on, between two parties of a contract.
Right.
So if you have both parties agree to the contract that you can sign them, then you can sign it electronically. But if only one person, who's the other person when it comes to the county? Is it the county and the board member that are the two parties?
The authorized signatory.
I think it raises some questions.
Yes, it does.
We've had
Makes
this
sense.
come up like with warrants and in the municipal context, and it's not
So
always clear.
What are the
that way.
warrants used for?
The county disbursement warrants are basically the commissioners authorizing the treasurer to disperse funds on behalf of the county. So it's really is a very official act and does require, a formal action. And that's why we wanted to have something clearly stated in the policy where you've delegated that authority to one board member to take that action.
Does that also affect liability? If it was one person's signature without anyone else's knowledge, is that the liability piece if you're the signer?
So Yes, I mean, I think that that's one of the reasons why we have some of this language in here about saying that if there, that the majority of the board can still take back this authority to sign the warrants through a majority of its members. Right now, if there's no concerns about the warrants that are being signed, right, everything's just status quo, and you have one person sign them, then that should be, that's basically the board recognizing we authorize this one person. We're delegating authority to this one person to sign it on behalf of the full board, to take action on behalf of the full board. But then if the board has questions about it, is reviewing them and wants to kind of weigh in on it, then they can, also come back and say, hey, listen, we're gonna, take back majority power and do this through a majority vote.
Yeah, but any commissioner has the right to come in and look at anything.
Right, it's the approval that's really what we
It's the
need the
signature,
policy for, is that clear line of authority. I think that's what the auditors were looking for.
I know as a practical matter, when I was chair, I used to sign like 5 of them, if I ever made it down to the county office to do that. So, this is just paying the lights and paying the payroll that has already been paid, it's just.
And the budgeted items that have already been approved.
And I would have told the auditors to drop dead.
They looked at state statute and they said that it
Yeah,
has to be,
it's a state.
it has to be, it can't be an individual act, it has to be a collaborative board act. So you delegating one person is a collaborative board act and not a one person doing it. So that's where
I think that probably works fine.
we argue back and forth on, we've done this for a million years versus this, and so this seemed like it was the best solution for, and it is important for everybody to acknowledge what's going on and what's being spent, but it is through an approved budget process, so.
So do we need to go to page 4 to make an amendment on page 4? Is that what I heard earlier?
So page 4 is where the language is, in the,
Right. But we don't need more tonight, do we, or do we?
Well, this is first reading, so.
Right, okay. All right.
Okay. So any other questions on it? No?
No, I think it's a good idea, one person.
Yeah. Move. Can I have a motion to?
So moved.
Yep.
Second?
Those in favor?
Aye.
Passed.
That was easy.
And then 25-114.
Next up is a few admin regs that we have modified. Actually, 2 admin regs that we have modified and 1 policy that we have updated and created into an admin reg. And that is the unassigned fund balance policy. But let's start off with admin reg number 3, which is the FOIA schedule of fees and the FOIA amendment. The FOIA state statute has gone through some changes, and what we have done is we have streamlined the admin reg to reflect and refer staff to the state statute and the guidelines as directed through state statute versus trying to duplicate that and expand that within our admin regs. And so we have moved in that direction for the FOIA. It is 100% in line with the state statute requirements. Admin reg number 4, meals and travel policy. As you may remember, that was something that we brought forward a few years back. And it was one of the big things that we brought to you was that for the first time we were going to offer employees the opportunity to have a per diem versus collecting receipts for their breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Looked great and all, but when we got into the practical experience of how it all worked out, it was very complicated, and it didn't work as smooth as we would have liked. And so Brianna has gone through the process, really ironed it out a little bit, kind of brought better clarity into the language. If you look at the document, it's pretty much all redlined.
Yeah, that's right.
I apologize.
But it works really well, and we all feel as though it's a better document, better understanding, and a real good clarification on single-day travel versus multi-day travel. And so that's what the meals and travel allowance document is. And then the last is, for a number of years, we had a skeleton form of an assigned fund balance policy. That fund balance policy was one that kind of provided us guidance, but wasn't really landing in any one spot. It was one that if, when we ever needed it, we needed to really look for it. And we felt as though it was time that we brought the unassigned fund balance up to snuff. The old language had, I believe we went, it was an old threshold of 8.7% of of fund balance. And what we're proposing to meet what we feel is a threshold that is required by our bonding agencies, Moody's and Standard & Poor's, as well as allowance under the GASB is up to 16.7%. With a higher threshold of not exceeding 20%. And so this would, the policy does dictate what, if we do exceed, what are the ramifications, and how do we spend down those excess funds, what are the categories? And if we ever dip below 16.7%, what are the steps that we need to take to bring the fund balance back up to the appropriate level of 16.7 or higher? And so we asked for the Commissioner's review of that and acceptance of the fund balance policy. And to give us some more or better formality, we would create number 22 under the admin regs and create this as a new admin reg so that we can keep track of it and have it as a standing document within that document.
So Jim, is there an upper limit?
20%.
20%. So the window is 16 to 20. Okay.
15.7.
So I have a couple of questions. Do you know what the fund balance percentage is today, Jim?
Well, we are postponing the next item because we are not quite sure. Because we are going through the audit process, and we have been trying to pin down the auditor for the last 2 or 3 weeks now. We were able to pin him down on late Friday afternoon after we had posted the agenda. And that's why I put that placeholder in. And we got some information, but we didn't get all the information. And then this afternoon, he touched base with us, but wasn't able to give us everything we needed to answer that question. We did go through an audit back in September. We have not seen our final numbers to be able to tell you what we have as undesignated fund balance at this time.
So did we have a balance as of 12 months ago? Do you remember? Yeah, do you remember what it was?
I had always heard from Alex that it was around 24 or 25%. We were over.
So my question then is understanding that there's some rule from somewhere that says it can't be more than 20% or 20.7, whatever the number was. Do we have other funds that we transfer monies to in order to achieve that in order to lower the fund balance from what it might otherwise be? Do we have, capital funds, undesignated capital funds, undesignated operational contingencies, whatever they would be?
Yes, we have a number of capital needs. One of the reasons last year when we knew we had 24%, we knew we had a lot of capital items moving forward. And we also knew we had a lot of capital items on the horizon that were big ticket items that we were gonna need funding for. The next agenda item, you would see a list of capital items that I was gonna bring before you this evening, asking you to fund some of those items. Those are items that are in dire need of getting done. They include a lot of work down at the jail, work at the courthouse, work up at the communication center. We need to fund those projects because it's a lot of maintenance that needs to happen, particularly at the jail, because we have accreditation coming in the coming weeks, and we need to have a plan on how we're gonna address some things. And so, we do have a list, and staff's continuing to work on, one, figuring out what we have for available funding to put towards capital, and two, what are those capital projects that we're gonna use that on.
I think, as I recall.
Teresa told us already tonight, doesn't know of any vast holes in our operations that where we've missed a significant amount of money up or down. So I think she sticks to that story, whether it's true or not.
In our
it should be
budget,
all right.
in our budget as we have, but we have others with workers' comp, our accrual balance. When people, we've got, the higher retirees, they've got a lot of accruals that we've got to pay out. So we have a lot of things that we can foresee coming that we can make sure we set aside for that. And we're allowed to do that with the audit when we know if we're over the percentage. And before our totals are done for 2025, before that's done, we can designate where these funds go to bring us down to the 20% to make sure that we're in line. And so they'll give us the amount, and before it's finalized, we bring it to you guys and you guys approve it, and then we'll make those adjustments back in 25 before the auditors publish the report.
So the audit that you were referring to, Jim, was that for the period ending June 30, 25?
Yes.
The one that we're trying to get the final numbers for, yes.
Yeah, okay, so we're just a few months for the slows to get the report, yeah.
Yeah, we were hoping to have the numbers by now.
Did the auditor flag anything that you thought was significant?
We haven't got that back yet. They should have brought it to my attention. Usually during the process when we're collaborating together, they'll bring it to my attention.
Sure.
They haven't brought anything significant to my attention, but they haven't finished going through everything. So the process is they come in, and the group of auditors, we had 5 there, and they go through everything. And then once they've collaborated it has to go through their quality assurance at the auditing to make sure that they tested everything right. So we'll have some more scrutiny once it goes through their quality assurance, and they'll usually ask for some more support and documents just to test that the auditors tested what, to be sure, to test their auditors, they ask us for some more documentation. And then once we get that through, I have asked them by November 20th to give me the final report. And they said that they're on track for November 15th to give me the final report. And then Jim and I will have to go through and do the manager's report and do the other reports that are required with that for us to submit for December 31st. I also did it so with the CFA and the federal audit and the single state audit, those are due March 31st, and usually we kind of drag those all out. And I had all of them done at the same time, so on December 31st, when I file the reports, I'll refile all of the reports, so I'll be out of audit mode for a month or two to take a breath, to recap some of the lingering items that need more attention, so.
S&P, Moody's, and Fitch, do we end up with a formal rating from any of them?
We will, because we're going out the bond, because we have the jail roof in that bond.
The garage.
We have the parking garage, and we have the north side of the courthouse windows. Those are the 3 items that are being bonded in the next 4 months.
Yeah. Do we know the aggregate amounts roughly of those 3 or 4?
I think the jail roof is $2.5 million. The windows are 1.2, 1.4. And I think the parking garage is like 580 or 600.
So those aren't huge numbers for an operation like ours, right?
It's in the ballpark of what we usually bond.
Okay.
3.8, somewhere in that area.
Good.
Jim, as I recall in the charter, there is direction that if there's any excess funds, it can be transferred to capital.
Yep.
Make a motion for 25-114.
Second.
Those in favor?
All right.
And so the other one, you're just removing from the agenda, right?
25-115, I'd like to, whether table to the November meeting.
Table. Those in favor?
Second, that tabling, until the next meeting,
Aye.
and then,
All in favor?
All right.
No, I want to stay all night. I want to go over those budgets.
Oh, my
I
God.
got a question about what they're gonna do on the second floor of that parking garage.
I lost my bet, past 10:30.
Let's start around. Sheriff?
It's 9:30.
you have any-
9:30.
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
the last meeting, I gave some bad information as far as staffing, and I hear it here tonight. We're pretty close to being where we are for budgeted staffing, and it goes up and down depending on, who's retiring, who's staying, et cetera. So our staffing is much better than it was over a year ago when we signed on to this federal contract. So staffing is not an issue. The other thing is, what?
Can I ask a question about
Sure.
that? Yeah, so I was under the impression that staffing was an issue, just because the last meeting, we heard that people have to go to the academy and it takes about 12 weeks, and so they're not available, they can only do certain things in the jail because they're not certified by the academy yet, so it hampers a little bit about what they can do.
Well,
Is
it's-
that correct? Or
Yeah, it's like a roller coaster. I
Okay.
mean, FMLA sometimes kills us too, and,
Sure.
you know.
Right, so, I mean-
So, we gave you a thought that it was like 50, it's not 50, I think the budget is like 102, and we're hovering. But again, I could say we're, at the 102 budgeted, and then tomorrow I have 2 more resignations, I think. So I just wanted to clarify that's, we're a lot better than we were over a year and a
Good
half.
for everybody on the same page on that, so we all know the same information.
The ombudsman, one of the things that, everybody thinks I run them all, We have somebody that is working with the ICE inmates, a sergeant, there's another person that got done and we're posting for that. If there was somebody else that, we could do internally, so, the reality is, if an ombudsman from outside comes in, we still have to tie up security staff to have them meet, et cetera. So if you want to lay out what you think an ombudsman would look like, we can see if we can do it with staffing. The reality is, again, we'll get volunteers and stuff, and they'll come up and they'll go, yeah, can I go to the jail? Well, no, not unescorted. So I want to, and I had the major stay because he did a court inquiry, and we have not denied anybody the ability to meet with ICE inmates. What we've done is, okay, if they call at 4 o'clock on a Friday night and say, I want to come in at 7, well, that's a little bit of an imposition. So what we try to do is, hey, would you come in Saturday? We have strict visitation rules for most inmates and their attorneys. And if you don't make it, then, you don't get to see them type thing. With the ICE, we've tried to bend over backwards, and my staff really has bent over backwards to make sure that ILAP, USM Law School, ACLU, and anybody else who wants to come in, can do it. I met with an immigration group last Friday afternoon, and we were talking about some of the concerns that are out in the neighborhoods and stuff like that. And I said, I will take some leaders from your group and take you through the jail, because they still believe that we're keeping them in cages. No, these are dormitory rooms. You've seen that. There's no bars, So we've tried to be as transparent as possible. So I just wanted to I stayed and just make sure that that is out there, because sometimes the misinformation that people say one thing. For me, the staffing, as soon as I left the other day, or a month ago and 2 weeks ago,
you know, it was like, there were a bunch of numbers coming around, but, you know, we found out the next day, I said, I don't think we have that many vacancies, and we don't. The staff has made good headway and stuff. You know, we're not back to where we were pre-2015-ish, but my hope is we're moving in that trajectory. And you are correct. I mean, you know, we're doing things differently now than we did before to get people locked in so they accept the job, which means that, yes, we have to send large numbers to the academy and stuff. But yeah, I can assure you that staffing is, you know, we're making it work, so. And that's really all I have. I just wanted to clarify that. So.
We are going through the audit, like I was just talking about, so we should be getting some of those numbers firmed up. And the finance department continues to be busy. And we're still working on the new payroll software, and we're running as we keep piling on more software, more programming, they're not working well together with all of the different ones, so we're battling, that's one of my battles that we're going through, but everything else is going pretty smooth, and I'm happy with it overall.
I just want to say thank you to Jim and Teresa and all the people that I'm working with. I've been here about almost 2 months, and it's been an amazing place to start out. I'm still getting my legs underneath me, but I really do appreciate the environment and all the staff that's here, especially Jim. He's a great boss. So I feel like I should just say that. I've been working on some of these policies, but I still have a lot to learn.
I introduced her into chaos like tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, that was after the first couple of meetings. I said, are you sure you made the right decision?
Everyone's asking me. I know it's great. Really good people.
One of the things I think you'll find is I've always, in serving on this board here, is that people have been very forthright. And if there's something wrong or something, they mention it and it's not taken personally. It's, all right, then how do we solve it? I've always appreciated that about the board and the staff. There's enough confidence in knowing that, you know, geez, we got a problem. And it's not, oh, what's your problem? It's how do we solve it? James. Good.
I'm good, thank you.
I think you're worn out. Tom, you want to start?
I'm good. It's been a long evening. I hope we made the right move, but the tabling, we'll see what comes up in that whole. So all of us, we have questions. I just didn't think tonight was the time to do it.
Thank you. Betty?
I'm tired.
Does that mean you're done?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Jim?
You know, we reached a milepost. I think we still have a lot ahead of us, and we've done what all good commissions have want to do. We've asked the staff to fix it. So we'll go from there, and I hope we can do some constructive things. Unfortunately, it only got tabled for a month, so that means Halloween will be devoted to trying to figure out what to do next, I suppose. But I appreciate all that, and I appreciate all the, I thought the presentations from the commissioners were quite eloquent at times, and quite that's all I have to say. We have to get Patty home by 10:30. And I think we can make it.
To address the comment?
All right.
Sorry. Went right by you, didn't
Actually, I don't have any comments, so go ahead.
Tonight, I guess my thought was that when we get right down to it and we offer to find some more opportunities and let the crowd know that even though they were disappointed, that there were additional things that we would work on, I think was important. So, but I am serious about, we need to make it some sort of a decision. I respect what you said, Jim, but we need to make a decision to close the door. With that, I'll entertain a motion.
So move.
Second. Those in favor?
Aye.